Our original measured move for the most part is still alive. It got cut short, but we haven't invalidated this bullish structure with this retest here. And it held that. Why do I keep the third time I changed this shit? The uptrend. Why? I know you guys saw me do it earlier. I'm not going crazy, bro. I never have to change that again. All right, so as far as tomorrow goes, we did our job today. GG's. We held that support that we needed. We've got CME gap underneath. Like a little bit of bullishness left over, which is understandable after that candle close yesterday. People are kind of excited right now. I would not take my eyes off a CME gap though. A good chance that we run up during UK and US sort of pulls us down and takes care of that. But pretty good. No complaints. Only homework for tomorrow is don't let price get underneath our full recovery at 1037. Anything above that is just icing on the cake. Keep an eye on your alts when Bitcoin does look like it's going to take that retracement. And take a look at dominance just to make sure that you're in a good place. Bitcoin down, dominance up means more pain for the alts. So if dominance still looks like it's pushing when Bitcoin starts to retrace, good idea to sort of pay yourselves a little bit, not financial advice. All right, y'all, let me set this up so that it won't go off the screen. Be a tricky one. On the bullish side, this is our downtrend on the daily, right? The downtrend from the jump. Breaking above that, then we can start to look at getting out of this downtrend on the macro. Well, not even the macro, on like the hourly, 4 hour. What do we got tomorrow? What do we got? Nothing today. Nothing tomorrow. Wednesday, core CPI. Thursday, unemployment claims. PPI and GDP. Oh, no, that's Great Britain. Okay. Trade talks. Right. Like some unnecessary volatility from that shit. Excuse me. I'll be real with you. I can draw this measured move for this way bigger. It's just right to that vector gap. All right, so I'm gonna leave this bull flag on the screen, knowing full well that if they go after this CME gap, it's gonna invalidate. Like going after the CME gap and getting it invalidates this bull flag.
I'm just following your chart. I mean, chasing that vector gap, lick it, and then U.S. market open goes after the CME gap. That'll be good. That'll be good. Let's. I love how Solana's market maker tried to lick my stop loss. You ain't gonna go that low. Give me a break. Let's go. What
All right.
exchange are you using right now, Dbloc, to do your trade?
Dexes mostly.
Okay. Man, if you had predictions future, you're gonna have so much fun. You're gonna win every trade, bro. It's so fun to use.
The
It's like
up and
as soon as you
downs.
see the yeah, you just
Yeah.
choose up or down
Yeah.
and choose a time. Like on MEXC, the return's pretty good for 10 minutes, and it's only Bitcoin and Ethereum for 10 minutes, 83% return in 10 minutes. I'm like, you guys gotta be kidding. That's easy. Oh, you just don't gotta be greedy. You know, you gotta wait for the trend to reverse and then just choose, and pretty fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dexes don't have that yet, right?
Um, not that I can think of. No.
Because as soon as you see that little bullish candle for Bitcoin, put $100 up, 10 minutes, take your profit. You have extra dry powder now.
All right, good people. I'm out of here. I'll catch y'all in the morning.
All right, man. Have a good one. See you tomorrow. So hard for me to say see you tomorrow, and that's just like right after dinner for me. Who else is online?
We got ourselves a little bit of movement in Bitcoin, approaching 107,000. Very interesting. Everything is racing up. Solana,
Yeah, could be just a
Ethereum.
liquidity grab.
Could be, could be.
It kind of wiped out all the liquidity upstairs. So
Yeah. And it also could be a breakout. I don't know. We'll see.
yep.
We'll see if it's backed up by price stability at these levels, or whether it just comes right back down. We'll see.
Well.
We'll see if it's backed up. Oh yeah. Price stability at these levels, or whether it just comes right back down.
I love it when like price does this stuff.
Yeah, I know, right? It's very fast. Like the velocity's very quick, you know?
What's crazier is I think Dbloc just turned off his vector indicator.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that is crazy. I've never seen that before.
I'm looking at like that's not a vector. What the hell is that candle? And I turned on mine after. I'm
Oh,
like,
it's a standard candle.
yeah. Then I turned on my my PVSR. I'm like, okay, so that's what it is. All right.
Very happy about the chart that I put up in the TA channel on XRP. There was a trend line that it just got into contact with for the third time, and I'm like, ooh, this is a fair chance that you could get a bit of a bounce here, like a reaction. And
We're in a very
and here we
narrow
go.
daily pivot.
Yeah.
It's very good. It's very healthy.
And how's pre-market going?
I'm checking
S&P
other things.
500.
Gold.
Oh yeah, it's okay. It's doing okay. But yeah, this is the moment.
XRP?
Yeah, XRP, all the majors. I mean,
It
out
looks
of
good.
the yeah,
Now, these are all
out of
vector
the
candles, man. Every single candle on this
out of the
uptrend is
8 majors, yeah, Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, and Doge seem to be the most impressive out of the top 8. XRP's
Do you think
okay,
this
but
is going to keep going?
every
I
candle,
don't know.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 15-minute candles are all vector candles. So
I'm
this
gonna
entire
start taking profits.
yeah, take some profits, guys. Pay yourself because this is a good trend. But all of these candles are vector candles, all of them.
It's very wild when when it happens within the space of an hour. It's like, whoa, why did we climb $1,000 on Bitcoin within probably even less
Then you
than an
take a
hour?
look at Dbloc chart, like, oh, there's no vector candles. It's just regular candles. And then you go back to your chart, like, whoa. They're
Yeah,
all
I
vector.
don't use the vector system. I know that
I'm a very
Dbloc's
big fan.
always watching it.
I'm a very big fan of
Yeah,
the vector system. It helps
I'm
me.
not even versed. I'm not even versed in what it means. Like, does it mean manipulation to
Yes.
a certain direction?
So what the market maker is doing is it's looking at the volume on that candle and doubling down on it.
Oh yeah. So
Double,
pushing
triple.
it in a
Yeah.
specific way.
Yes. Because see, you have your standard volume, right? The volume that's already trending at the moment. So there's a certain type of volume. Then all of a sudden, you have 200, 300% gains in volume in a single candle.
It
That means
measures the tick volume.
So a natural way up is
is
through
a
through
progression.
to and fro of natural buying and selling, right?
Yeah.
But
So if you
a
look at
vector candle just clears the book to the upside with no toing and froing. Is that
to
right?
make it clear, just look at the the volume indicator, and you'll see that trends actually have a progression. And if it increases in volume, there's a progression and increase, right?
Yeah.
But if you look at Bitcoin, right? So it's been going up and down. It's always had that same amount of volume with certain progressions in volume. Then these last two candles are 400 or 500% more than your
Can a
normal.
vector's candle inspire a real trend?
Yes
Like,
and
can
no.
it bring about? Yeah, can
Yes
it
and no.
attract actual
Well,
activity?
that's the point, right? Because you need liquidity to burn. So if people FOMO, people move on the candles, then it loses strength. When it loses strength, then the market maker has no choice but to take profit. The market maker can induce the trend. It can induce what we're seeing right now, but it comes to a point where the market maker stops, and it's the responsibility of retail and everybody else to hop on. It's unnatural. It's just like this sudden.
To continue activity at the level.
Yeah, but if you look at the candles before that, you have this natural progression, increase, decrease in volume, then suddenly boom, boom. I was wondering how many candles were vectors. I didn't expect all of them to be vectors. All of them, every single one of them are vectors right now. So this is a liquidity. This is pretty much a liquidity grab. Is it done with that gap on Dbloc's chart?
Not sure. I'm not familiar with the
Yeah,
gaps at the moment. I
it
haven't
passed
checked
the
them.
gap.
Yeah, it
Vector
just went for
gap.
that. It
Oh,
just
it's
licked.
totally cleared that vector gap.
Yeah, and it also grabbed all the
Bullish. A lot of
liquidity
people
that
do.
was sitting there at 106, 700.
Did you see how many people it liquidated? Oh my god, just like kind of destroyed all of those shorts.
What's happening, guys? Looks like I'm
Hello, hello.
spot on, right on time.
I
But
mean,
when I
it was
see these, yeah, go on.
extremely bright. There was so much short liquidity at that level, so it seemed highly likely to go grab it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna put it in general chat. A
these
picture of it.
are my favorite trades when you see these big vector candles to the upside or to the downside. These are my favorite trades. Just waiting for this candle to close, and I'm gonna go for the short, like I did yesterday. Close a little bit earlier. No regrets, but
it's showing signs that it's wrapping up whatever that push was for Bitcoin.
Oh yeah, you should see the alts right now.
Like
They're
on the
producing.
on the 1 minute.
market makers, they push the price by themselves, and they pay themselves back on the way down.
Yep.
That's how these vector candles take place. So they are inviting more people, and putting their own money to push the price up.
Yeah. So they
And it's
induce the trend, and then everybody gets on, and then
yeah,
if
yeah,
the trend stops, and like when the market maker is done and retail doesn't want to push it, it's the market maker's job to get some money,
yeah,
take some profit. He goes like, okay, you don't want to push anymore? Fine, I'm gonna take my money back.
yeah.
We're not terribly far off the US session. How many hours is it?
This is good timing. I mean,
Three
you
three
have
and a half?
about
Three
two
and a
and a
half
half.
hours.
Yeah,
Yeah,
3
3 and a
hours.
half.
So 3
Yeah.
hours. So just enough time to refresh the RSI a bit. Let's see what the US does. 3.5. That's about 12 candles. Let's see what they do downwards.
Yeah, lots of
The
liquidity
awesome part
just
is,
popped up.
yeah, the awesome part is look at those EMAs. All of the EMAs are like glued together, really tight. Like it's super tight.
A lot of liquidity just popped up in the CME gap. Like about 100 million in the CME gap.
If you notice, whenever you see the red vector candles or green vector candles, it's always been covered by the red candles or by the green candle. So it's always been covered. So as you can see, the sudden drop in the volume. Just wait for this candle close as a stopping volume candle, and you'll see this, it's coming down all the way down where it's all started from.
Yep.
And there is one green vector candle just below the CME close. It has to be covered as well. So by the time the market opens, I hope this will go even more down. 104, 450 or something, 440.
There's always this 7:30 a.m. Eastern time flush. Do you realize that? Around 7:30 a.m. Right before the guys who come early starts turning on the machines.
There you go.
There it is.
There's your stopping volume
I
candle.
just got short from those wicks. Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm short on Sol, ETH, Bitcoin, and Fartcoin. It's been a while,
Those
Fartcoin's been my
sneaky
bread and butter.
dogs.
Yes, sir. I was actually happy. I thought it was trends.
I
Last
always look for these stopping
trends
volume
until I saw those
candles.
vectors. I was like, those vectors are huge. That's like a 6
It's a
vector candles.
whopper.
Yeah. Guys, remember when you're shorting, always have a stop loss. Never leave an open short. Never leave an
Right,
open
never
short.
assume.
Yep. We're in a bullish cycle, guys. So don't leave your shorts.
It can turn around any time.
Yeah, you can sleep on a long, but don't
Mm.
sleep on a short, man.
Yeah.
This push missed my stop loss by $100. I was short
You know what?
107.
You know what doesn't look good this week? The CPI. The forecast is showing that inflation's going back up again slightly. That's not what we want. We want it to go down. So we'll see how the market reacts to that. Hopefully it's not a big deal. Hopefully it's like a nothing burger.
But the thing with vector candles is, doesn't it mean when it's going up, like it will come down 50% at least to cover it, and maybe then it can go up again?
Yeah, potentially.
Yeah. It can. If the market makers are not satisfied, they can push the price even more.
I feel like they haven't even done enough to attract retail. You know, they haven't hit euphoria yet in the macro scene. Because no one really cares yet about crypto. Like, as in new people, there hasn't been enough to entice new money. I don't know if they're planning to do that or whether
that's why they
it's a
push the
different
price.
game now. Yeah,
That's why they push the price by putting their own money in to let the to just pour the money in and push the price in, and let's see if the retail can push the price up.
The
But in
things that
most,
attract retail, are
yeah,
those the same things that attract Wall Street and, invest like big time, like hedge investors, that kind of thing, pension fund
yeah,
managers? Like, do they respond to the same like conditions that entice them in? Probably not, actually. Maybe
to my knowledge, I think those are
it's
the people
different.
who push the price
Yeah. Yeah.
because not every individual have that much amount of money that he can put in to push the price up because millions and millions of dollars.
Mm. So up until this point in the
Yeah,
entire history of cryptocurrency, it has been a
yeah,
very lucrative market because of how high it goes and how deep it corrects.
yeah,
Yeah.
So I don't care about Bitcoin getting to 1 million or even getting to 150,000. I just want
yeah,
it to continue being a profitable market, as in like producing opportunity
yeah,
and going up and giving a bull market to provide, the take profit areas. Like as long as it swings between like big, volatile swings between zones, that's awesome.
yeah,
If it gets shrunk down and squeezed between like, a range of control, then it's like, why even bother with crypto? Like, we may as well trade the stock market or forex or something. Although the stock market's a lot better than forex, I think.
yeah.
Forex is a lot slower, like tighter ranges. Clive would say a lot about that.
I mean, if you leave the crypto just on the retail buys and retail sell, the
Hmm.
price will always go up, always
Yep.
goes up. It's in straight line.
Yep. It
But
follows the
these,
natural
yeah,
dynamics of
yeah,
market
natural dynamics. Yeah,
psychology.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. But these
Which is
market
why
made,
the altcoins, man, like as long as
yeah,
the altcoins survive and we have that market,
yeah,
that's like the retail sector. That's where we play,
exactly.
you know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But these market makers, they have to get paid. They have to be paid. That's why they push the price up and down.
Mm-hmm.
I set my TP at 107,500. I don't know if we'll get there.
Always wait for the confirmation, bro.
We're almost there now.
Yo, these are wild. I don't know what the market maker is up to, but
Yeah, they're pushing really hard. Pushing really hard.
I'm just waiting to take profits.
Yeah, yeah. Don't miss the chance, bro.
What on earth happened here?
Morning, Rick.
Morning.
Feels like a change in the markets.
Yeah, I just wake up and see this.
Yeah, Green Day here in North Carolina too. What's the sentiment? What's the news? Seems like everything's kind of popping.
We didn't even close the CME gap, did we?
Oh, I don't think we did.
No, we didn't. The CME gap is at 104.48 something.
bit early for Dbloc.
We filled all the vector gaps, and we built a huge vector gap on the way down.
New York, we get back to it. Just a little bit more Bitcoin.
It's good morning, crew.
Good morning.
Morning.
What just happened here?
I had to get up and take some profits.
Yeah.
Yeah, we broke. We held support. Went before I went to sleep. I said we had that resistance and that daily downtrend, and if we broke that, then we could start to talk about changing the uptrend. And I mean, my pillow wasn't even warm before that shit played out. I just randomly rolled over and took one last look at the screen. I was like, oh, hello.
So what happens now with the CME gap down there?
Just still go get it, in my opinion. I mean, if we just take everything off the chart.
Ooh. Hello.
And go to the hourly.
A little bit of a push, my friends.
What's going on, Rick?
Yo, not much, man.
This will go as high as the short squeeze allows it. So we've got to look for weakness. But as far as patterns go, We're almost at that measured move from our bull flag.
Yeah.
That damn target wasn't even 45 minutes old.
Mhm.
Is there anybody in here? I just want to live vicariously through you because it's such a perfect play. Is there anybody in here who bought the stopping volume candle at the retest of the uptrend?
I did.
Oh,
I added to my position there, though.
such quick money. Such quick money.
Mhm.
You had like one little
I added to my
hiccup.
position.
Nice.
What I tell you, man? You know we
What
got
an
that candle.
absolute eruption, man. Like it just very quick.
Yeah, it the pop somebody's got an open mic, whoever's clearing their lungs. This triple top right here. This was sort of the reaction I was expecting the first time. We got a really muted reaction from breaking that top. But yeah, the second time we went.
You know where we're stalling right now? From a trend line that comes from the all-time high and gets in touch with the high from the 27th of May. If you trend from there, this is exactly where the contact is coming in at.
Yeah.
Pretty much where you have your green trend line there, Dbloc. But see how your trend kind of cuts one of the candles in that
Oh yeah, like
27th of May area?
if you wick to wick.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there
yeah.
you go. Yeah, that's. I mean, you probably had it right anyway, but like, I'm just saying, like, it
Yeah,
seems
the
to be
reason I
like
aired
there's some
lower
harmony.
is because of this
Mm.
touch and this touch. So like I usually err on the side of most touches.
Yeah,
But
and
this line
this
is
is
a
what I think.
range, not just a line, right? We know.
Yeah. I think it's totally fine when you get more candle information. It is okay to adjust to the new information.
Yeah.
Like
Oh yeah.
people say, people freak out and go, "Oh, why are you changing your lines?" Well,
Oh my god,
because
I
I've
hate
got
that, bro.
more data now. Like I've got more information to use.
Yo, I literally
Like it's
listen. I literally
yeah.
had somebody jump in my DMs and go, and I'll never say their name. And it was early, and they know now, but they're gonna laugh if they listen. W got invalidated, right? So I took out the W, took off the measured move, and then drew the new pattern or whatever. And then someone jumped in my DMs and said, "I saw that," and I was like, "Saw what?" I saw you change that pattern and changed it. Like, yeah, the chart. Yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah.
The chart changed, you
Yep.
know. But they're like, no,
That's
you're
right.
cheating. You changed your line, and it's like, no, silly. This isn't a game to be won.
Yeah.
I'm not looking for brownie points.
Yeah.
It's funny though.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like setups are valid until invalidated, and when they're invalidated, you can shift with the new information
I'll give you a good
to try and find. Yeah,
I'll give you a good
sense.
example here. Look at the this last target that I just dropped before going to bed. When we first came into this pattern, we were looking at this bull flag right here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So the bull flag never invalidated. Right. Pulled it out, came down, touched the bottom of the bull flag. Never fully invalidated that bull flag. But just being in the pattern early is the difference between this and then being able to adjust and realize, okay, that pattern has fractaled into a bigger, and then the measured move that would have been on this small pattern, right, which was this measured move, right, that would have been an accurate pull for that flag, which is what I had before, sitting here, right. Before going to sleep, I readjusted the pattern, I redrew the measured move, and then I dropped it on the break.
Yeah. Yep.
accurate. But yeah, if you don't readjust your pack, I mean, price changes. You
Yeah.
have to, you've got to keep up with, like a story, right? It's
Yeah.
just telling you a story of what
It is.
intentions are.
Mm-hmm.
And
It's
then
like being a detective. It's like you might follow one lead and then it makes you formulate some kind of theory on something. And then a new piece of information comes along and you may abandon what you first thought because new information came to light. And you have to readjust and recalculate. Yeah.
and if you pull
Course correct.
your bull flag forward,
Hmm.
then we got the retest.
Yeah. It's really
Retest of the
nice.
bull flag, and then we got that stopping volume candle off support. It's like, yeah, plenty of signals to jump in. If
Yeah,
you
man.
weren't already in there, there was plenty of signals to jump in before this thing went crazy.
It's beautiful. I really like how trend lines from the past can, like, if you extrapolate them forward,
Mm-hmm.
they can actually cause reactions in the future. Like price can come in
Yeah.
contact with
Because
them
of TA nerds like
again.
us.
Yeah.
It's like
And
it's
it's like,
basically
whoa.
Angular trend lines are sentiment based, right? They're based on a
Yeah.
trend that was once respected at a certain time that still holds value because it was once respected, and you end up moving them forward, moving them back. Your horizontal trend
Yeah.
lines are based off of order book prices in the order book, sell walls, buy walls,
Right.
things like that. Angular
Mhm.
trend lines work into the future because of us TA nerds. We didn't have
Definitely.
TA nerds that eventually took the line and double clicked it and just said, screw it, let's extend right and
Get
see.
to infinity.
You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Like, if it wasn't
And
for
see if
us doing that, then you wouldn't get that reaction 3 years from now on this trend line for some random
Yeah,
reason.
exactly. Yeah.
Things work because we
Yep.
work them. That's what I
that's
think
right.
such the power, like the power of. I've had people be like, "Why are you so open with teaching? Like, if it's PvP, then why would you want anybody to know?" And it's like, because if you get everybody to be good market participants, then your reactions are bigger. Your buys at the golden pocket are gonna hit harder because people are buying at the golden pocket. Your TPs at your measured moves are going to retrace nicely the way we love TPs to retrace, because other people are looking at the same exact thing because other people have been taught technically what to look for. So it just gets better.
That's it.
There's always going to be people that don't know what's going on. Like we're always going to have an edge. You're never going to teach enough people TA to where it stops being effective.
That's right. And like, whether you like it or hate it, and just an example of it is, if every trader and every market participant believed in the whole full moon, new moon thing, then that would start working, because people start, moving and taking action into it. If enough people see something and take action to it, that's what markets are.
Yeah. I mean,
it's
that's
just like a
why
group
that's why it worked in the past.
herd. Right.
Anybody
People see
here
a
who's
pattern.
like grandpa was trading, was probably like had the paper, Sunday paper, getting the opens and closes, plotting them down on paper, and then he had a little farmer's almanac next. And this is well into the 1990s and shit,
Yeah.
And you double check your almanac to see where you were, if it was full moon, new moon, and it just comes from a time where we were agricultural. Right, the markets were it mattered to the wheat futures when harvest was.
Yep. Yeah, it's interesting. Like, yeah, the different, I guess, cultural shifts that happen within trading and within investing and technical analysis and markets. It's like a new culture now. It's like, it's faster, it's accessible, it's
Well,
24/7
algos, right?
almost.
Algos have changed the way we trade.
Yeah.
The reason that we trade market open and market closes is because of algos. That volatility that comes in at market open and market close comes from the algos being switched on and off or rebalanced. It wasn't like that before algos. It was probably the opposite, right? You probably didn't trade right at the beginning. Everybody was still grabbing their coffee. You know what I mean? Like it probably didn't really start picking up for like, 20 minutes, 30 minutes.
Yeah. I'm just thinking back to medieval times, like the elite, like the wealthy, probably were able to drum up certain situations where they knew, oh, there's gonna be a huge demand for corn or, bread or water, like, just something. And they would create that demand by producing a scarcity on something or oh, go and get this because we need to prepare for this or whatever. And there'd be like, yeah, this huge surge from the town of buying that certain thing, and they would dictate and create the narratives around it, and front run the whole place, and then yeah, sell it off. And
Yeah, they control the market back then.
yeah,
Take
I
a
mean,
look
even
at this chart for 1 second. Remember yesterday's challenge was to close that doji candle above our line in the sand, right? To hold support. Look at our bullish engulfing that we have now. That's exactly
Yeah, that's
why we
green.
trade into dojis. Right? Big red
Yeah.
candle, doji, bullish engulfing. It's the same as what we trade on vectors. Big red vector, stopping volume candle, bullish engulfing. The structure is the same.
Yeah.
The only difference is the volume. But that's the significance. Yesterday all day they were asking me, well, what does it matter where we close? Why is it significant? This is a significance because that candle turned this into a breakout, not a deviation. If we closed under, there's a deviation and everybody sells today. Closing above, holding that as support makes this officially a breakout. And then you get your bullish engulfing. What I was hoping, and there's still time for it, honestly. The fast move is usually the fake move. And I'll show you in a second why I think that. But we can still get a wick down to grab that CME gap. Look at the daily chart. We're at the top of our bull flag on the daily. Right, so either this is going to break, and we've got a new measured move that takes us well into the 120s. I might have exaggerated there a little bit. Give me a second. No, it does take us into the 120s. 128, depending on where it breaks. We'll wait until that breaks. But if this breaks and goes, it will be because of that monthly candle. I mean, it'll be because of that weekly candle. Because of the signal that people were waiting for to see, okay, is that truly a breakout? Which would make this move up a FOMO move, in my opinion. Problem is when we look at Bitcoin here, well, I could do it on the other chart. So aside from our bullish flag there, we have a breakout on our daily downtrend, right? Which means that if we reject off of the top of this flag, there is a good chance that that just gives us our retest on our daily downtrend and we get a second attempt.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a whole lot of sleeping today for me, apparently.
Yeah.
They say you should move away from comfort, right?
Yeah.
Interested to see what's happening with these sell walls, if they've been moved. I mean, these buy walls, they've been moved up or not. Yeesh. Oh my God. They tried. They tried to stop it. They tried to stop it, but they couldn't. All right. Well, we have evidence at least that this is being sold into, right? Which isn't great.
Yeah.
Being sold into, we've got orders above 607 at 107 is probably our biggest.
Pump profiteers. Try to say that quickly. Pump profiteers, man.
So, all right. So our buy orders down got pulled and moved up. Interesting. That means that we went through some serious liquidations there if we made it through all of those buy walls. Yep. Cleared the board.
Geez, look how hot it is getting down below. It's starting to grow.
What it looks like on all these.
I don't think we can get there.
Wow, look at the weekly.
Whoa. Yeah, that's massive.
Wow.
All those bears that got wiped.
Moment of silence for the Bears, man. Holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dang.
Yo, Sin Games, I don't even know, bro. I got the blackout curtains in the office. The LEDs are going. It could be whatever time. All right, so on the 12-hour, we do have a hot spot down at 105.6. Which is the bottom of these vectors. I mean, we have to this is great. I love this as much as everybody else, but
Yeah. Got to be conscious of
we've
the other
seen this a lot of times.
levels.
We know what, you know. We do have a vector gap all the way up to 108.7, and honestly, I think they go get it. The way this is looking, I think they go get it.
Yeah.
Plenty of liquidations there. Retail's gonna have to FOMO in here. One thing that's not gonna happen is market makers not gonna pay for this entire trip. You're not just gonna get green vectors the entire way up. We're at the point of the game where they hit the brakes and they see if retail has interest to keep buying. If retail has interest to keep buying, they'll let them clear. They will let retail clear this vector gap. And then they'll push a little harder. We officially haven't really even hit our target just yet, but I don't like this.
Yeah.
I don't like this, and I will be selling into this pump unless we get the breakout of. Let me make sure that I'm clear about this. Unless we get the breakout of this bull flag. And I don't just mean like a breakout. I mean like a breakout and a retest. This is where I'll be convinced that shit's looking different.
Yeah.
Problem is we have to be really careful here because if Bitcoin does retrace this, look at dominance.
Yeah, I know.
So a hard pullback on Bitcoin with dominance doing this is going to slap your alts. When I say I'm not hesitating to take profit into this, I'm talking sort of across the board.
So that dominant surge kind of shows that the alts can't keep up with the pace of Bitcoin's move right now.
Bitcoin is killing it right now. This is probably, I haven't even looked at the alts, but I would have to assume by looking at Bitcoin and dominance that this is a Bitcoin only move. I mean, your alts probably aren't eating too much off of this move right now. Might be some outliers, but for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, the high from how many hours ago was that? Let's see. 13 hours ago, Bitcoin has more than like appreciated in price against that high, whereas the other majors have barely even come up to that 13-hour high from 13 hours ago, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go to the 5-minute here. Well, the top 10, is this against Bitcoin or is this? Oh, that's against USD. Oof, what's gonna happen when I switch this to Bitcoin? Oh. All right, well, in the top 100, you only outperform Bitcoin in very few. If you're in Fartcoin, you outperform that move on Bitcoin by 0.4%. But for the most part, unless you were just a sniper with your picks, the Bitcoin only move.
Yeah, we were looking at that Fartcoin falling wedge on the 4-hour chart. And it's played out really nice. Gave you like an inverse head and shoulders within the wedge, and yeah, it's beautiful.
Hype, Fartcoin, Uni.
Do you have a strange wick on the Bitcoin dominance on your trading view? 4-hour, 8-hour, 12-hour types?
What time frame?
On the 4-hour and the 8-hour, like 12-hour. Not it's not there on the daily, but it's there on the 4-hour and 8-hour type.
I don't see anything crazy.
Damn, I have a wick which goes to 65.50, like almost same.
Weird, probably just a glitch. Damn, that shit is disrespectful.
Isn't it funny how the highs get marked by absurd things in the media, right? Absurdities to the narrative. Just as lows can get marked by absurdities. Just like, you know, the whole Trump Elon fallout. It's just absurd. Like it's wild. And it was enough to cause a low, you know? A low pivot.
So they say.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the thing. Good and bad things happen every day, and it's like you can find a reason to point the finger, you know, for the move or for the thing, you know.
We had
It's
this
like, oh, it was
move to
raining in New York today.
100K for a freaking month.
Yes, yes. Yeah,
I
we've been
mean,
eyeballing that level.
so many bearish. I mean,
Technical
like,
reasons.
come on, like the double. I mean, I can't. The funny thing is that I
Not to
knew how
mention-
frustrating it was gonna. Literally, the only reason this box is here is because I knew how frustrating it was gonna be to have it play out, and to have people point at the news. And usually I would just like whatever, you know, you get. But this time I was
credit the
like,
news,
no. This time I'm gonna
No, they
make
don't
it
get the
obvious. No, I'm gonna make it obvious that this is some bullshit this time.
Yeah, you definitely like. Yep, you had it all ready to go with the picture of the dudes.
It never
And it's like
fails, man.
something's gonna happen with these cats.
It never fails. There's a couple of things for me that are always actionable. Macro hitting macro support with high levels of FUD is one of those. It's just I can't not buy. It's just happened so many times conveniently, you know, and the FUD always makes you feel like it's gonna go lower because it comes in right at the end. It comes in at the end because it has nothing to do with the price dropping. Just them trying to convince you to keep selling your shit so they can buy it lower. Or they rip
And you
it
got
on
that that retail emotional voice in your head going, "What are you, crazy?" And you're like, "Yeah, I am." And you just ignore it and you stick to the logic
No.
or the counter logic of what they want you to think. Yeah.
Nah, it was
When
a
you
little
say-
crazy, simple. I play it off, but it was a little crazy. I'm just mad I didn't have Elon's face in the box. That'd have been epic.
Like, I'm not crazy. It's the narrative to make me look crazy.
Mm.
I'll take the play and then I won't look so crazy after all. Well, it is cool to see Bitcoin above 107.
Yeah.
See if it can maintain. We were all like, you know, screaming, "Oh my god, vector candle, be careful." And it's getting like follow through for now, you know.
We had a
It's
really
just
big
getting-
short squeeze there. Like if you go to the 5 minute and we turn on the dead bodies on the liquidations real quick. Liquidation, why are you all the way at the bottom? So look at the amount of liquidations that were inside of this vector gap. There's already a target. This is what I talk about being a bad market participant. There's a couple things in trading that you don't want to catch yourself doing. One of them is having 100x liquidation inside of a vector gap. That's just free food.
Yeah.
They squeezed them and then they came up and grabbed all the 50x's too, just in case they thought they were cute and they were going to get away with it.
Ooh. That is great.
So now, market maker takes his foot off the gas, tests retail sentiment. Retail sentiment looks like it's still bullish. He'll start matching trades again. But the point of all of this drop, like I said, is because the market maker is not. The market maker makes $20 billion by making it up to 108. He's not going to pay $20 billion to get there. Makes no sense. You're breaking even. Right? When he can entice markets to move in the way that he wants and he can provide liquidity when he wants and not provide liquidity when he wants, then there's certain games you can play. Right? One of the games you play is that you pull down and you let sell-side liquidity build up. So at this point here, we were done with all the liquidations, but now look at how this is looking. Another vector gap ahead of us, and it's starting to fill with liquidation.
I see. So it's like market maker will artificially create like, you know, action and then see if retail bites or the market bites, you know, just the market, you know, as a whole.
Yep.
And if it bites, it's like, okay, well, the market will take it there naturally. I don't have to do anything.
Exactly. And if it doesn't, then you get to turn around and naturally just drops and you pay yourself on all your short positions that you left in these candles. Because remember, every one of these green candles is full of market maker shorts. You wanted to go long, he sold you the coins to go long, or he gave you the leverage to go long, and he opened a short position right at your entry. That's how he gets his money back that he gave you. So now we play the game of drop enough to make the bears bite, but not enough to kill bullish sentiment and make retail run away. Right? And usually the way that you do that is by putting in a bull flag. A bull flag to bulls looks like a bull flag, keeps you interested. A bull flag to bears looks like a series of lower highs and lower lows, which they love because at every lower high they short more.
Yeah, they think it's momentum loss or something.
Yeah. But lower highs and lower lows is how you build a bull flag.
Yeah.
So a lot of these quote unquote retail patterns that we see are market maker trying to manage sentiment.
Interesting.
The short answer is we don't have to come back for CME. The most probable outcome is that we do come back for CME. The only thing that can keep targets like CME from filling or huge vector gaps from filling are large influxes of capital. Right? Market maker can only control the market when he's needed to provide liquidity. If there's enough liquidity in the market where the market maker isn't needed to provide liquidity, he will still continue to provide the liquidity to set his positions, but he doesn't have the same power that he would have under a low liquidity environment to bring price down.
So they just get out of the way, right? When the current is too strong, they let it be.
Yeah. And then eventually we get to this point of the market. Eventually we get to this point of the market on the weekly. So market maker does a bang up job of clearing up all his vectors, right? You can call it COVID if you want. I call it vector recovery, but whatever, this was COVID. But we get to this part of the market where market maker starts to leave behind vectors, right? Too much liquidity, right? Prices going too parabolic, right? So these vectors get left behind until you roll over and then you get your bear market. And your bear market comes down and clears all unrecovered vectors, or for the most part, all of them. We got front run on this last one. I want to talk about it. This was my 13-7 buy that never got filled because I was aiming for this last vector. But we understand now, and institutions came in and, you know, sent shit crazy.
I would imagine. Do you think that they probably would have made enough money to cover the necessity to go deal with that other vector, that first one?
Yeah, I mean, it's like at some point, it's not like it matters. You've made so much money.
Yeah.
And you never
On the way
stopped
down,
making
they,
money hand
cleaned
over
up.
fist. I mean, here they made money on the way back up, cleared all of that. I mean, they've, you know, in the same way as you leave these vectors behind during the bear market, it gets to the time where the sell pressure is so big. There's so much liquidity, so much sell side liquidity, that market maker starts to leave behind red vectors. And then they fill during the bull market on the way up.
And also inflation by that point might have an effect on where that actual is, like that price dip. Like maybe it did dip down.
Yeah.
You know, theoretically, like with inflation adjusted.
Yeah, it's like these
inflation did
tops.
some wacky
Like
things.
this is a lower high, right? This is a higher high. Adjusted for inflation, this 64K Bitcoin was more valuable than this 69K Bitcoin.
Right.
Adjusted for inflation, it wasn't a lower high.
Yeah, because inflation it raced up to 9.1%.
Yeah.
Yeah, dang. So it was like a double top, yeah. It would be cool if TradingView had some kind of function where you could go adjust chart for inflation.
Yeah, no, right?
US inflation.
Nah, you need Zeusy for that. That's Zeusy's favorite game. I just make Zeusy do it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Adjusted for inflation, yeah. Yeah. Another thing was you probably heard me talk about it a couple of times now, is it'd be cool to get some kind of like universal standard measure of value that is not impacted by market exposure. So there's no buy and sell to it. It's just this, unaffected, perfect level that you measure everything against. But there is no such thing because fiat currencies are traded in and
One
out of
Bitcoin is one Bitcoin.
assets. Yeah, yeah.
If you let them, if you let
Yeah, true
the,
that.
if you let the maxis will tell you that that's Bitcoin. Right? One Bitcoin
Everything's
is
measured
versus
against
one
Bitcoin,
Bitcoin. Yeah.
the perfect asset. Yeah, yeah. So we're really measuring the demise of the dollar with our Bitcoin.
Basically.
We're not measuring Bitcoin. Bitcoin's still Bitcoin. It's like we're just looking at the dollar fade. That's a funny way of putting it. Yeah. But yeah, like a universal constant. Yeah, so yeah, you're right. Bitcoin is one Bitcoin, one Bitcoin.
Only reason Bitcoin goes up and down is because we're valuing it against these fiat currencies.
But independently though, off its own merit, it is increasing in value as well, right?
Yeah, as adoption,
If you
because
just
of
look at
the
it,
S
yeah,
curve, like adoption S curve sort of
yeah,
thing.
the finality factor, the fact that, you know, yeah, if you were to look at Bitcoin in a vacuum, like outside of measuring it against anything else, yeah, it's definitely becoming more valuable. Yeah, I guess that's what markets do, man. They it's all a big search, a perpetual search for like what the value
Fair
is.
value.
What is it
Yeah.
valued at? Yep, fair value, exactly. What are people happy to pay for it at?
That's why we love crypto, because of the speculation. Right? If it
Mm.
wasn't for speculation, people would just pay what Bitcoin is worth right now. Speculative
Yeah.
aspect is what says, okay, the countries are doing this, this is going to happen. Let's get ahead of what the price is going to be.
Yeah. And the beautiful thing about crypto is it's now becoming like a spectrum of speculation. Like if Bitcoin's too stable for you, if it's too, short up, then you can go wilder. You can go more speculative if you want to. Like if you want to go riskier, you know, you can go find it because there's thousands of coins. There's thousands of things, hundreds on exchanges. Yeah.
Not quite at our measured
I
move
do.
yet, guys.
Yeah. I do like the Bitcoin train. So that measures what? Like basically 107.6?
107.55555. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thing is,
Yeah.
that puts us right at the base of a vector gap, though.
Yeah. That makes you wonder if Michael Saylor is as dialed into checking the price as we are of Bitcoin.
There's a
I would say
picture.
he probably checks it out daily.
Hold on, let me see if I can find it. There's a picture that I look at every once in a while that just makes me feel good, because it's like, okay, maybe he's like us.
Yeah. I wouldn't blame him if he was checking it at least once a day. He would. Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, he lives and breathes Bitcoin, so of course he's going to be looking at what's going on.
I mean, what else will he do? That's all he does, Bitcoin, right?
I know, right? Yeah. He's probably the most passionate, or one of the most passionate about it. I know that he professes, like he touts, like it doesn't matter if it's 120 or 89. You like, I'm buying it. Like, I don't care about the, you know,
Big picture.
the activity within a cycle. Like he's not that concerned.
Kind of easy to be big picture though when you've got shit ton of
Yeah.
Bitcoin already, right?
I think, yeah. I feel like he's strategically like publicly putting out that energy because it's important that he talks about its higher perspective strength. It's better to push that than talk about, oh, this week it's been really strong.
Yeah.
Oh, I expect a pullback here. Yeah.
I mean, his strategy is sound. I'm gonna do like a write up on the strategy. I mean, it really is applicable to people at lower levels, right? Like, you've got one Bitcoin, like not that that's a low level, but it's achievable, right? You've got one Bitcoin. In 5 years, you can get to the point where, so one Bitcoin, depending on when you buy it, 3-4 years be like 384,000, something like that. Be like conservative. You can collateralize your Bitcoin, right? At 340 something thousand, you probably need to collateralize about 19% of it to get about 100K a year, and never lose. Never sell your Bitcoin, as they say, right? That's never sell your Bitcoin. You borrow against it. And just by paying off your minimums with the appreciation of Bitcoin itself. Now, depending on if it's an up year or a down year, when you collateralize your Bitcoin, one year you might need to do 19%, one year you might need to do 26%, one year you might need to do 32% if it's in the middle of a bear market or something. But you can get yourself to the point in 5 years with one Bitcoin where you can pull $100,000 a year salary tax free, because it's debt, not income, it's debt. $100,000 a year tax free, and never sell your Bitcoin. Like, it's very, very possible and reachable for most people.
No.
You can add a couple years to that, right? If you can't afford a whole Bitcoin, right? Maybe you can only afford half a Bitcoin, or maybe during the bear market, after you take profit during this bull market and Bitcoin goes down, you get yourself half a Bitcoin or something. Then you can just add, a season to that plan, a cycle to that plan.
But a lot of his shareholders keep crying because he keeps selling his MicroStrategy shares to buy Bitcoin.
Man, they need to just shut up and let that man cook.
I know.
This must be the new shareholders, because the old shareholders that have been here for a while, they're like, bro, just let him do his thing.
Yeah, he could. I mean, you don't come this far because you don't know what you're doing. You know what I mean? It's kind of like the people that are critical on Elon Musk, like, oh, he just, like he's very overhyped and what. Well, hang on a minute. I mean, he got there. He's been there. for like over a decade now. I don't think it's just luck. He seems to be intelligent and in at least strategizing in business, the business side of it. He's doing something right.
Man, look, I'm not saying that money is everything in the world because it's not, obviously. Family, friends, all that good shit. But,
yeah,
but
it's just a tool.
if this really is a simulation that we're in, and I mean, after this crypto year, I'm like 93% convinced that we're in some sort of simulation. If this really is a simulation and is like a big video game, then how do you win video games, right? You run up the score. And the closest thing we have to a score is how much money you have. So, yeah, Elon's winning at life right now. So there's not really much anybody could say. Just like games, you could walk around and look at the clouds and run a side mission. But if you want to win the game, you're going to need to run the score up.
That's it. Yep. If you are dependent on money and making an income, then you've got to trade your time for it. And if you make money, you've now freed up your time. And time is invaluable. Like you can't buy that back. You can't buy more. Like if you're 99, you can't buy another 50 years, you know? You can't rewind time. You can't go back to your 20s or your, teenage years. Time is, it's a constant and you can't mess with it. Like it is what it is, So, yeah, man.
Yeah, Santo is grinding. We're just farming, bro.
There's that saying, right? I mean, it takes a lot to get to the top. You have to like sacrifice a lot and work hard. But once you reach the top, you have to work even harder and sacrifice even more to maintain it.
Yeah, you've got to get to a point where you're satisfied.
Oh, totally.
One of the best news that I heard this year was that Buffett is retiring.
Yeah, it's about time, bro.
Like, bro, talk about running up the score.
Yeah.
Like, when is enough enough? Like, I was really scared that we were just gonna hear one day that he croaked on his desk at the office,
Didn't
one
spend
morning.
much of it. I think he's probably very fulfilled because he's obviously got a passion for it and he's been doing it out of passion and the love for it, not for survival, like because he's more than surviving.
Well, one of his famous quotes is that he doesn't invest in anything that he doesn't understand. And to be fair, the environment around him is changing very quickly.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? So, yeah, you want to go out on top.
That's right.
Yeah, but that's the reason, that quote is the reason he didn't invest in technology a lot, because he didn't understand
exactly.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember in an interview he said I had the opportunity to buy Microsoft when it was worth peanuts, and he passed on it. It's like, no, missed the whole thing.
It's getting to the point that, and I know this probably isn't right, but I can't help but feel this way. Like when somebody comes in and they're like, or you see somebody talking and they're like, well, I've been trading on Legacy for 70 years or 50 years or whatever. And then you see that they didn't get any Bitcoin. And it's like, at what point? Okay, you didn't buy it 15 years ago, cool. But at what point in watching this monster just go, like, do you not say, okay, this isn't a fad anymore? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, exactly. There we go. We hit that target that you called out.
Yeah. Spot on. Yeah.
And counting and climbing.
yeah, we're into that vector gap now, though. So let's see.
Yeah, we'll see what it does.
Were you talking about Peter Schiff, Dbloc?
Nah, but that was funny when they had him over there at the Bitcoin conference, man. They ambushed him on stage. I don't know how he
So
thought this
funny.
was gonna go.
Mm.
He said, I found out, I thought everybody hated me, but I found out a lot of people love me here at the Bitcoin conference. He said, you know how many people have
Does
come
he
up to
sound?
me? He goes, you know how many people have come up to me
Mm.
and said, because of you, I bought my first Bitcoin?
Yeah, yeah. It's literally, it's like you got a sound money guy going to a sound money conference. The enemy ain't sound money. It's fiat.
Yeah.
Like
Same
false
team, bro.
economy.
Same
Like, you know.
team.
Yeah, we are the same team. Like literally, gold and Bitcoin are very similar in a lot of ways.
Let's see how he feels when we take over that gold market cap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll probably do this forever simple. But it's different, right? It's not like I'm not going into some corporate office and dealing with traffic. Like this man was getting up every day to go to work.
Mhm. That's the beauty of crypto. Is like you don't need to be so hands on and go somewhere to do it. You know,
For what? Yeah.
it's the beauty
I
of
mean,
it.
don't get me wrong, it'd be cool. Be fun sometimes if I had an office to go to,
have
a
to
bunch of
suit up.
DJs and
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Come into the office and shit. But yeah, that would get old. That's gotta be optional.
If I got super rich, man, I would do that for fun. Like have some office rented out somewhere, and everyone has to suit up and just come in, and we just trade or degen trade even. That'd be fun. Man, there's crypto houses, but it's not so much traders, it's devs, you know, crypto developers and
Yeah.
stuff. Silicon
Yeah, just in there brainstorming. A
Yeah.
house of traders would be content gold.
Wild. That would be pretty cool.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, but I don't even know how much trading I would do. I'd be so busy trying to capture content that I don't even think a trading style
You'd
would have
probably
to
like
change.
hire a little crew.
Oh, that would
You
be
just
so
get a
cool.
crew to do all that.
Yeah, cameras in every room.
Like they get paid.
Yep.
Yeah.
Have production deal with it.
Be pretty fun.
We'll see, man. I could promise you that I'm not going anywhere and this is just gonna keep evolving. So who knows where we end up.
It's like walking away from the internet in 1998 if you were to give up. You know what I mean? Like the internet is still big and growing and evolving and, you know, expanding. It's everywhere. Like it is everything.
But you know
We've
how
become dependent on it now.
you know how quickly I would throw 3 guns, Drew, Clive, and Joe into a content house together.
Yeah, it would be interesting. Yeah.
I'm not gonna stay there. Like I'll come by and chill. I'm not gonna live there. But I'll set them up real nice, man. They'll, you know, that would be
that'd be
content gold.
The closest thing that I've seen, well, it's not anywhere close, but you know the guys at Crypto Banter, like they do actually go to the same place, and like, you know, the dude that runs the channels there and the Sheldon guys there.
Yeah, I think most of them are from South Africa, right? That's where they're like stationed.
Man, they're all South Africans. Yep.
Except for the guy with the beard.
One of them. Yeah, the
Yeah.
dude with the beard. I don't know where he's from.
He's from like
Is he American?
The Viking.
Yeah. Is he
He's
US or
Finn or Swede? One of those.
Oh, he's European. Okay, yeah.
Yes, look, I feel you. We'd call it 4 guys, 1 mic.
4 guys, 1 mic.
And make sure there's only 1 mic in the house at all times. That'll add to the drama.
What happened here, D? I just touched some grass. I thought we were going down. What up with this?
Well, the market liked that. Well, because the market won't let me go to sleep. No, I got up to take some profits.
Yeah, I just walked
Peeled
in the
just
house,
a little
man.
bit of something off of the alt. But this is the importance, in my opinion, of that weekly candle closing where it did. That opened up a bunch of liquidity that was not interested in putting money into a deviation, but is very interested in putting their money into a breakout.
Now, my question is, there's like so many vector candles headed up, right?
Doesn't look great.
Yeah.
I agree. And a CME gap at the bottom of it, just to add like, no, I agree completely. I think that this thing is gonna at some point. It's running
away, man.
It's gonna burn itself out.
Or
Yeah,
is it
we're
faking
halfway
us
through
out?
the vector gap now.
Okay, we're halfway through that. All right.
It's approaching
Man.
108.
Okay, that's good. I closed a little early. There you go. There's the vector candles now. There was a moment a while ago when you were not on the mic. You were not on in front of the screen. I think your vector candles were turned off. And we were seeing the trend. I was like, why are there no vector candles on that trend? That's huge.
Like, wow. It's all natural.
What's really good is that
like, it's all natural.
you'll
And then we
notice
looked at our trading view. It was like, boys, those are all vector candles.
you'll notice when you after watching it for a while, especially if you're watching the candles build, you can start to get an instinct on what's a vector candle and what isn't. The way that they build, the twitchiness of the candle, if that makes any sense, right? Because the reason that this tick volume is so high is it's not like standard volume, right? It's how many times that price moves within the candle one tick or one pip.
Yeah.
So like you get those really twitchy moves, and especially when they start going through liquidations, you're like, okay, yeah, chances are these are going to be vectors. But
like
yeah,
this
on the hourly, it doesn't look very doesn't make you feel warm and fuzzy inside to see all these vectors left behind.
Yep.
Yeah, I got a little bit of PTSD, man. I'm like, I don't like the pumps make me feel nervous now. You know,
Good.
it's like, oh,
That's good. That
I don't
means
know, man. I don't know if this
your
can
head's
get...
where it's supposed to be at.
Yeah.
Listen, if 85% of people get wrecked in this game, then we can't think like 85%.
That's right. Be fearful in these times, like when the pumps happen. It's like, ooh, I don't know. This is getting dangerous now.
That being said, we have to be respectful of the fact that we just put in a very bullish weekly candle.
Oh,
in my opinion, super bullish weekly candle. So there's gonna be some follow through to that. Why aren't my liquidations?
And this is all. This includes like a pessimistic CPI forecast. Like it's not good. Like it's not an improvement on inflation. It's actually like a step backwards. And crypto doesn't care right now. It's like, righto. Well,
inflation, even more reason to buy Bitcoin.
Yeah, right. That's it. Exactly. Well, yeah, I mean, we got from 15.6 all the way up to 110 with, you know, the Fed not being happy about where inflation's at. So, and in a high interest rate environment too, man.
Like, we were middle finger to the
got-
Fed this entire bull market.
Yeah, dude. Like, we've had 5.5% interest rates for a lot of this bull market. It's only come down to 4.5%, which is still really high for interest rates, 4.5% in the last like 8 months. Like, when did they cut that? Yeah, kind of just before the election, I think they made that 1% cut, and then the 2 quarters. Well, sorry, the 150 basis point, and then the 225s. So yeah, that's impressive. Like, Bitcoin doesn't care about high interest rate environment. If it's got a
And usually they say don't fight the Fed, right? Like that's usually the mantra. Don't fight the Fed. The Fed gives you guidance. Don't fight the Fed. Not this time, bro.
Right. Yeah, it's wild, man.
Not this time. Our target 2 is at 1087. That's this last vector recovery here. That's if we push through this gap. There isn't a lot of liquidations inside. Excuse me. Which leads me to think that if they are going to make the move, they're going to build some of this sell side liquidity first. Which means another sort of, we just saw them do it. Right? Came down, built that, came up, got it, wiped it. Now they'll come down a little bit more, build it up, and sort of like walk this thing up. If we come back down underneath our uptrend, our downtrend from the daily, this green line, everything changes. Right? The green line and support right in the same spot. If we lose that, chances are we're going to give it all back. We would have our uptrend as a possible spot to catch. We did there. But now we just got to let market maker cook.
What do you call that doji that closed yesterday? Like, you know, the weekly Bitcoin.
It's a long tail doji would be the technical name of it. Yeah, a long tail doji.
It's bullish, right? Yeah.
It's okay. So it's bullish because of where it closed for us, because it closed above that. But it is by definition an indecision candle.
Right.
So you look for the following candle when it's an indecision candle, which means we look for that bullish engulfing. Right? Just like when we trade scalps on the 5-minute. Right? And we wait for that red vector stopping volume candle, bullish engulfing. That setup. Right, that structure, it's the same. Just because these aren't vector candles, it's a weekly time frame. Structurally, that's a bottom at a previous resistance. Right, so that is officially a support resistance flip at all-time highs.
You know what this looks a hell of a lot like? The weekly candle starting Monday, 7th of October last year. Like, check out the 7th of October candle last year on the, like, it's a weekly candle. But yeah, October.
Right here.
October 7.
Yeah, same deal.
You'll see it's like a
red candle.
See it there?
Yeah.
That doji. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
The bullish engulfing is what locked that in. That by definition is an indecision candle. But the bullish engulfing following that candle is what lets you know.
Yep. And we're only Monday so far, and it's like off to a good start.
Rick, what you were talking about, those news events, is this kind of like leading to that types? Like run up to that and then probably dump? Because it's kind of bearish. Inflation
which news
thing.
event? Oh, the CPI data coming out. Yeah, that's on the 11th. So we're the 9th right now. So 2 days we get CPI. The thing is, they give you a forecast. So they give you some kind of ballpark idea of what's to come. There can be surprises, of course, and there can be like bad surprise or good surprise. But the market tries to formulate an opinion on what's coming. And they price it in, you know. But interestingly enough, the 11th is a full moon, by the way.
Interesting.
So all those people that look at the moon.
Guys, we don't have to go crazy trying to figure out if this is going to retrace or not retrace. We're on the 1-minute chart. Right now, the bullish momentum is still on the 1 minute. If we cross our 13 and our 50, then we've gone bearish momentum on the 1 minute. We'll switch to the 5 minute and we'll follow it down. It's not going to retrace without giving us warnings, right? There will be signs. So let's not overthink this too much. Like, less predicting, more reacting at these moments, because FOMO can strike at these levels.
There's like 8 minutes left until this 4-hour close. And I think that's funding time, is it? Every 8 hours funding?
Yeah.
Oh, no, sorry. It's halfway through funding. So we've got another 4 hours after this.
What time is it now? Okay, it's 8.
Yeah, but the funding is negligible right now.
Well, we saw the warnings for the squeeze when funding went negative. There were signs. I'm just glad that it wasn't like a nothing burger day after I made such a big deal about that weekly candle closing. But even if nothing had happened today, just trust me, guys, that's a really big macro sort of mile marker that a lot of TA guys were looking for.
Yep. I just like the break of structure to the upside. Whether we, like we give some of it back, that's all right. But marching on up.
Yeah, the problem is the deviations. Like, people trade deviations so heavily. When you have a range and prices is within that range, and you break and you come back in and you retest that range, that's good money back up to the top of the range 9 times out of 10. And then even better than that, when you have a downside deviation, chances are you get a topside deviation. So if you really want to be risky, you just wait for that to come. Now the problem is if you deviate out of that top side and you come back and you hold, then that's not a deviation, that's a breakout. And that's what we got by closing that candle where we closed it. The other option would have been if it came down like this and then retested underneath and rejected. Oh, we're talking bottom of the range. That's 93K for us in that situation. So that's the difference. Big, big difference. Slowly building sell-side liquidity above.
Yeah. Well, this is like people opening shorts, like pretty high leverage shorts.
Yeah,
this
these
level.
shorts were opened where the line starts. Right, so some of these guys have been short from this top. Some of them have been short from this top.
Yeah.
A lot of them were short on this rejection. And then it's just sort of gone building, gone building.
Yeah.
So you see, every time we get a new candle, we get a bunch of shorts pile in. You gotta like zoom in to see, but these guys have just opened.
Yeah.
Right. Now, bulls, I do have to warn y'all because you guys can put an end to this party. Because what happens is when bulls start getting too aggressive, then these liquidations start to pile up underneath. And it will have the same effect. Market maker will sweep down and grab that so quick. So sometimes it's your own people. Yeah, it's like the shorters, right? Like these guys. The price won't stop going up until they stop shorting.
Yep. They keep putting meat on the table. Keep putting chips on the table.
How do you get that on your chart, Dbloc?
Get what? The liquidations?
The liquidity lines?
Yes, sir.
It's called Liquidation Levels by Leviathan. There's a bunch of them, but that's the one I use.
Hey, thanks.
Yep. I believe my settings are posted in the Discord.
I
And
mean,
when
don't get me wrong, but do you suffer from OCD or something?
Yes. OCD with a little sprinkle of ADHD, just to spice things up.
Yeah,
Yep.
because your charts are like so clear and neat and just like Rick's also. I think Rick also suffers from that.
Oh yeah, dude. I'm OCD.
It drives
When
me
I peg
crazy.
out laundry, when I peg out clothes on the washing line, I've corrected the behavior, but I used to I have to get the same color peg on one shirt and then the same 2-color pegs on the next shirt, you know what I mean?
That's funny.
And it's like I've got a basket of all multicolored pegs. It doesn't matter. They all pegs, right? But I would just subconsciously be like looking for the same color to use on the shirt. And that's kind of OCD.
Somebody the other day caught me. I can't remember what I was doing. I think I was like readjusting one of my patterns lines or making sure something was straight.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, "You've touched that line like 30 times." Like, I know, probably know. Just ignore it. It's part of the magic.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have a very my OCD is it's kind of like a superpower. I'll be completely honest with you, because the way it expresses itself is in it's pattern based, right? So some OCD is like color based, some is sensory, like people have to touch things 3 times before they, like that sort of weird shit.
Oh yeah.
My
It
shit
makes
is
for good art.
patterns. My shit is symmetry and pattern. So like if there's something on the table and they're like there's 3 things and they're not like equally spaced, I I space them out. It's just excuse me. But because of that, I feel like when I look at the chart, I see the asymmetry right away, and I see the symmetry right away, and patterns just sort of, it's not difficult for me to spot patterns. That's never been a hard thing for me to do in crypto. And then when I talk to some people and they're like, "Oh, I didn't see that," that's when you start to think, okay, maybe I have a little bit of an edge when it comes to that, because this shit just sort of pops out. But then you still got to learn what everything means, right? Doesn't help to see shit and not know what it what it means. So
That's right. You can get lost in the source, as they say.
Analysis
like where you
paralysis.
get so technical and like
it's a
you
real
dive
thing.
in so deep into the technicals.
It's a real thing,
And
bro.
it's like you miss, what is it called? Missing the forest for the trees or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a real thing. They call it analysis paralysis. Your brain is overwhelmed with too much shit, and there's no action.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what kind of bothers me sometimes about some TA people, and I understand why they do it. Like a lot of these people that are selling their courses and shit like that, they severely overcomplicate. And one, I think, is because they want to sound smart. 2 is I think they want to give people that idea of, oh, I'll never be able to learn. This is too complicated. I'll never be able to get this. But he seems like he's got it figured out. So I'm just gonna, just gonna follow what he does.
Follow what he says.
And 2, if I'm charging you $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 for a trading course, I have to fill it with something, right? Like you have to add, so they just shove this shit in there, and they're like, all this super complicated techniques and bro,
there's a whole lot of fill.
It's just all filler. It's like there's no actionable shit there. Like when you come down to what you're watching, what you have to pay attention to decide to get in or get out of a trade, just boil it down to that and just go back to first principles. Screw all the indicators, and unless the indicator is doing something that you can't do or that would take you too long to do, right? I can tell you which of these candles is a vector and what's about to turn into a vector and what isn't without these vector candles, right? I could easily come in, turn on the TVDI, sit here and do math.
Wow. The Matrix.
So that just tells you every time that a tick, right? Every time that it moves a tick, and it tells you the delta of the tick, how many had to be basically the difference between the delta sell and buy or what market maker fills, and then you have to count to see when that volume becomes 200% of the last 10 candles, right? So you have to keep a running count. Now that's all possible to do without vectors, but it was only effective on the macro because it took you so long to do it that you couldn't get any actionable intelligence on a 5-minute chart, right? Unless you were a robot or whatever. But that's the same thing that the indicator's doing, and it just sparks up, you know. It's like all these indicators that you guys have that has a little green dot that tells you when to buy and a little red dot that tells you when to sell. Like that's based on something, right? That's based on an RSI hitting a certain point. That's based on 2 EMAs crossing. So if that's the case, then why not learn that, right? And just be the indicator. And that's what I mean by like coming back to first principles. Momentum, liquidity, market structure.
That 4-hour candle just closed on Bitcoin. My God, look at it.
Yeah, it's a beauty. Isn't it? Beautiful.
Scary, bro. It's a scary candle. It is beautiful. What I like about it the most is if you turn everything off, you had Microsoft speech to text. No, thank you. We broke the 50, retested twice, and pushed away into this vector
I think
recovery.
do you call that a Marubozu candle? Where it's all body, no wick? You know what I mean?
There is a name for that, but I don't know. Yeah, there is a name for that. It's got some little wicks
I
at the
think it's
top and bottom.
Marubozu. Yeah, it's got something, but when it's dominantly body, yeah.
So this vector gap, in my opinion, is our target. Got enough support to make it happen. Question is what happens after that. And also, does it reclaim the entire vector or only 50% of it?
But we still do have that CME gap there.
Yep. Yep. Right at the bottom of this big, nasty green vector.
Ooh, dude, Marubozu is a Japanese word for dominance. Powerful candle.
We owe a lot of our shit to the Japanese.
Oh yeah, man.
These
Even just the regular
candles, the
candles, it's Japanese,
Heikanashis, the Renkos.
Yeah. Yeah. The Ishimoku system is really cool.
I have I don't know, maybe it's a tin hat theory about Ichimokus. So Ichimoku candles are basically candle V2, right? Same people that made the original candles made Ichimoku candles as an improved candle. I call bullshit.
Heikanashi?
I mean Heikanashi, sorry.
Oh, yeah. Heikanashi.
Heikanashi.
Yeah.
I call bullshit. I call bullshit.
Yeah.
I think they're trying to take away some of the edge. I think they gave us too much edge with regular candles, too much structure, and they said, you know what? Let's get everybody on these Heikanashi candles. And I mean, Heikanashi is cool, but you lose all candle structure. Like you lose so much data.
It just smooths. Yeah. It's like turning candles off and just using moving averages, pretty much.
I mean, it's good if you've got a bunch of charts open and you're in like 7 different trades and you want to just put them all on Heikanashi and they're longer trades. You know what I mean? You're sitting on like 15-minute time frame, hourly time frame or something, and I'm not even going to pay attention until I get my first red Heikanashi. But that's a real lazy way of trading.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody.
Top of the morning.
Good morning.
I thought I would come in here and let this group know that last night, after we closed the weekly, I entered my first short ever.
Oh no.
My stop out is at 108.5.
Oh.
Oh man.
It's not a lot of money, but it was just, I was like, okay, we're gonna go get that CME gap for sure. I'm gonna enter a short, first one ever. And what happened?
Yeah, I think that weekly, that bullish weekly close on that support was just too much, man. The market just reacted to it this morning.
We all good.
What is it?
I'm glad.
108 what? 108.2?
108.5.
108.5?
Yeah.
Okay.
I will gladly fall on the sword for this group if it gets everyone money.
You're not dead yet. You're not dead yet. You might pull this one off. We're just tracking momentum here on the 1 minute. As of right now, it's still bullish, but tiny little double top here. It could roll over and go after some licks.
Hey, Dbloc, I cannot find the settings for your Leviathan.
Let me see if I can find where I put them. Hold on.
Thanks.
All right, so go to under education. I've got them in there. It says liquidation levels, and it just has 2 screenshots. If you can't find it on the list, scroll up to where it says browse channels. But sometimes the channels get hidden on the list, and you got to go through browse channels to find it. Yeah, hit browse channels, scroll all the way down to education, and it says liquidation levels.
Got it. Thanks.
Bottom. All right, first test of the 50. Remember, price under the 50 doesn't mean anything until we get that 13 EMA across. Market maker is going to get a little taste of vector recovery here. I'm going to need some coffee in my life. ASAP. CM, I do not. I don't follow Elliott waves. I don't trade on Elliott waves. A lot of people do. A lot of people swear by them. Your entry on the 5-minute scalping strategy here. I was would have been right here at 105.5. You would have taken profits on your last trade. Let's say you were playing it both ways. You would have traded from 105.3 to 106.1. And then you would have gone short from 106.1 down to 105.4. You would have had to deal with some choppiness. Trades were okay, but not tons of money, right? Slow. And then the last go would have taken you to here, but you wouldn't be taking profits. Yeah. On very fast moves like this, right? You don't necessarily want to wait for your 5 EMA. I mean, for your 50 EMA on the 5-minute. Depends on what you're trying to do. If your goal of this is to stay in the trade until the momentum is completely gone, meaning you find yourself taking profit too early most of the time and coins keep on going and, you know, then you can wait, right? But what I like to do, or what I like to tell people to do, is when the move is really fast, you take your first bit of profit on the 1 minute when the 5 EMA, when the 13 crosses the 50. Right? That's your first profit. And then you use your 50 EMA on the 5-minute as your final take profits. If you're somebody who wants to risk, you know, price keep going up. If not, you can just TP on your 1 minute. The 5-minute gives you the least amount of fake outs. That's why I say the newer you are, just do it on the 5-minute. Like, you look at this and you're like, well, you know, it's a big drop, whatever. But chances are, if it comes down and retests, it'll hold the support and continue to move up through this vector to at least target 2. Meaning that your 13 EMA probably won't even cross the 50 on the 5-minute. But there's no way to tell for sure, right? You just have to let that play out.
Yeah, only the time will tell.
But if you were up when we started the stream at 3 hours, when I said I was going to go lay down and go to sleep, that I didn't, you would have caught the majority of this move. We dropped that target right as we started the new stream. Yeah, it's best with low risk, but there's different ways to play it as well. Right? Chances are, if you're playing with high risk, then you're not new. And if you're not new, then you're not waiting for your 13 across to get into entry, right? Now remember, if you've got 10 charts up, then it's different because you can laser focus on one chart, right? It's not hard to laser focus on this chart and catch the double bottom right here for your high risk entry, right? And then what you do is you add to position when you get that 13 cross, right? So you use it as a confirmation of what you've already done. But if you're brand new, this double bottom doesn't look any different than any other double bottom that failed and went to, you know what I mean? So it's like, it's a way to get people that are newer involved in a trade with confidence and good risk management so that they don't lose their ass. I'll be right back, y'all. Let me grab this coffee.
Looks like Michael Saylor just bought another 1,045 Bitcoin worth $110 million. Guess that's what that little pumpernickel was earlier. Good job, Michael. Good job. Keep it pushing. Keep it pushing. We out here. Good morning, Vietnam.
Yeah, he bought it from wallet to wallet, so it's not going to affect the market.
Man, what are you talking about?
Yeah, he didn't buy it from the exchange.
It still affects the market psychologically.
Yeah, psychologically it
And
can.
it's still, that affects the market though of sell, even if it's OTC has an effect because there's still always a spread in OTC, whether it's cheaper, it's still movement of Bitcoin going from one hand to another. So there is some kind of effect.
Yeah.
But I
You're
see what
right.
you're saying. It's not exactly, wasn't on the order book and it didn't, but I think that news helped because it happened a little bit more than an hour ago. See exactly what time that happened, but it looks like we're pushing pretty nice.
Yeah.
I wasn't patient enough to wait for that. I was thinking we were going to dig deeper below 102. I was hoping to get a good buy on Doge, and I wasn't able to. So I just bought where I could, and I'm just holding in position now. I still thinking though, you know, if we get a hard pump right now up to like 109, 110. We might try to do a double bottom off 100, like if we keep moving up too hard right now, if we don't kind of zigzag, because that would be that would still be a bullish megaphone pattern.
Exactly. Well, let's see when the US market open how the price action behave. So we'll have a better idea of the price action.
Yeah.
So it's all depends on the US market. Have a little time left, about 20 minutes.
Yep. Telling you, man, Bitcoin's becoming like a meme coin. I always said Bitcoin is the OG meme coin. You know, we got someone about to hold 10% of it. We don't know the secret depths of Satoshi Nakamoto, the mystery. It's a meme coin. And it looked like yesterday he did hint at buying more Bitcoin because yesterday he posted a chart that had buy levels and they were all his buys and it shows orange. That's the procurement. His purchases were little orange circles. And yesterday, about 24 hours ago, he posted, "Send me more orange."
Yeah.
So that orange was, you know, he did it. He does not care where he's buying, even if this could be a local top. He is on it. He is pushing.
He's all in.
I know. We're gonna have to grow him some horns, even though he's all in with other people's money, you know. But at least he still believes, you know.
Yeah, he's positive. He's positive.
Because
he's not looking for 2-3 weeks. Yeah, he's looking for long term, year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years.
Yeah, no, but he's definitely a big believer. But it makes it easier buying the top when it's not your money though, or the local top, whatever.
Yeah. Because there is no second best.
See, I have a theory. I have a theory that his personal wallet that he doesn't hold 100%. He likes to flip around with his personal wallet just to have some fun, and he's allowed to. It's his prerogative. He's allowed to have some fun with his personal wallet. He doesn't have to disclose that to anybody, except the IRS. He has to disclose that to the IRS only.
Yeah, I was watching his interview on some news channel, and the anchor asked him that if he ever sold any of his Bitcoin, because there is a rumor in the market that you sold some of your Bitcoin, and he said, I never sold any of my Bitcoin. I'm still accumulating.
Yeah, I could consider, even if I'm like, let's say I'm still accumulating Doge, I'm still selling it sometimes, like I see a good little opportunity.
Yeah, but we are not micro sellers. We have to sell. We have to sell.
I like Coinbase's new Bitcoin commercial too. It's pretty bullish.
Yeah, it is.
Did you see it with like the house lifting off the ground?
Yeah, yeah. It's just to attract people.
If prices keep falling, why do they keep rising?
Yeah, that's the theory. Wherever the price goes, they earn money. If the price is going down, they're still printing money. If the price going up, they're still printing money.
I'm back, family. Well, caffeinated. We haven't retested this downtrend yet. Like, we're giving back most of the retail push here. We're about to dig into our vectors for the first time.
Yeah. Market just opened, so it's just an opening volume.
There is a really big rumor bubbling. I've gotten this close to be able to actually see the SEC. All right, so this is what I've been looking at since we've been going. BlackRock's meeting with the SEC in less than 2 weeks to talk about staking for the ETH ETFs. That's massive.
Yeah.
If they get the okay to get yield on those ETH ETFs, ETH is gonna go absolutely crazy.
Nuts, yeah. I mean, ETH is out there from quite some while now, and its price is still very low. I think it should go up at least 25K.
So the closest I've been able to get, there's a lot of sort of insider talk and institutional rumors, but the closest I've been able to get to anything concrete, I'll show you. Yeah, they've been definitely been loading up. So this is a memo from BlackRock to the SEC task force, right? Requesting the meeting.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, so number 2, staking, right? Discuss perspectives,
Yeah.
treatment on staking considerations for ETPs with staking capabilities. This is massive.
Yeah.
Yeah, if that goes through, I think ETH will
10K.
like shoot up to the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
7 to 10K ETH if that goes through.
Whoa, what a long that would be. The long of a lifetime.
I don't even want to talk about what that means for ERC20s. ETH blows up like that, ERC20s are going to go absolutely nuts.
It's including the layer 2s, right?
Yep.
It jumped into a shot from 107,600.
BlackRock's bought over $500 million worth of ETH from Bitcoin that they sold in the last 10 days. So in real time, they are rotating from Bitcoin to ETH. My number one favorite ETH beta of all times is ENS, Ethereum Name Service. That thing performs like such a monster when ETH is pushing.
hear that.
Got this dry powder on deck, and I'm trying to be patient with it.
Rumor is the Gemini twins are gonna IPO Gemini.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they saw how good Circle did. They're like, well, we should do that too.
Yeah, they want a little piece of the pie.
Yep. Trying to be extra careful with this next buy because it's a nice chunky one.
Guys, remember I said the uptrend, this green uptrend, this green downtrend, and your horizontal and your 50 are all sitting right there. So we have to wait for confirmation on these breaks. Right now, we're just testing the uptrend, the downtrend. Sorry.
What's the crazy news with Ethereum?
BlackRock is meeting with the SEC about getting the okay to stake their ETFs. ETPs get yield from the ETFs. You know, Wall Street loves yield. They've also bought $637 million worth of Bitcoin. Or, hold on, let me show you. Right, $637 million worth of Bitcoin in the past 2 days.
Damn, why are they doing that, man? Come on, dog.
Worth of Ethereum, sorry, not Bitcoin, Ethereum.
Trying to get my low buy-in, man. Why do they keep playing me like that?
The way things are lining up right now, these might be low prices.
Well, I know, but you know me, I'm greedy. I'm already in position, but I'm trying to get this one last buy. It's a nice, big, chunky buy. I'm holding a bag still, though, so. But I want this next buy to be at a good price. Get that average down. Also, I'm almost at my target for my coin count, too, that I can just kind of set and forget. Yeah. If those drops to 172, I have my coin count that I've been dreaming of for the last year. But the boys are listening. They're not going to give it to me. They don't want me to have it. They want me to be thirsty, hungry. Or maybe they will give it to me. Telling you, man, Sailor's selling with his personal wallet while he's buying with everyone else's money. That's what he's doing, dog.
I mean, I think he really drank the Kool-Aid, bro.
No, he did, but he's making loot, man. You know, I look back at his history and some of the moves he made and some of the cases against him. He's slick, man. He knows what he's doing. He's allowed to personally, even if he tells people, "I'm never selling Bitcoin," it's his prerogative. He's allowed to buy and sell as long as
he can do
reports
whatever
to
he
the
wants.
IRS. Yeah, and I think he's smart and he does it. Like he's got a personal wallet he plays with and has fun with while he does his.
I mean, remember, he is holding a shit ton of MicroStrategy shares.
Yeah, so I mean, he wants that to do good too. So
that's what I mean, though. Like, he can always just sell shares to make money.
Yeah, but the thing is with the shares, there's more, the whole liability that's connected to the shares that he wants. You know, the shares thing has to be super transparent about. Has to, you know, it's the Bitcoin holdings that he can play around with. Because it's not going to look good on the books if, you know, the person running the joint starts selling the shares.
There were these comedians I used to watch, brother and sister, that acted like they were royalty. They were British. And they came to the U.S. and they used to just drive around and like shoot content, right? But their whole thing was that they were obscenely rich. They would go to like all these small towns or whatever. And this one girl asked the girl, she was like, "How do you guys make your money?" And the girl like gave her this confused look and goes, "How do we make our money?" She's like, "Yeah, like how do you live? How do you make your money?" She goes, "Oh, how do we make? Oh no, we already have money. Like we don't have to make it. Like it's already made. We have it." That's how I feel like when it comes to Michael Saylor. Like everybody thinks like, you know, he does this, he does that. Michael Saylor. But did you see that Bitcoin or 100K party that he threw in his freaking mansion in Miami?
Yeah, but you know, you can never have enough, man. That's human. That's like the human instinct. That's the psychology.
Unless you're on a mission. You know, like man with a mission. I really think he drank the Kool-Aid, bro. I think he believes every word of what he says. And if he believes every word of what he says, then he wouldn't sell any of his Bitcoin. He'll just literally collateral. Even his own Bitcoin, I'm sure he's getting collateral loans on.
Well, even if you don't think you would scalp it to compound it?
I mean, you don't, at that level, you don't really need to. Like, he's getting that. I mean,
Yeah.
the way that
He's got some
the
good
way that he
shit.
compounds is through the collateralization, right? You have 200 Bitcoin, just say you collateralize 15% of it. You use that money to buy more Bitcoin, and you have more Bitcoin to collateralize. You collateralize that, and you know, as long as he can pay it back on the schedule, then it's
Hats
like
off
an
to him.
infinite money glitch.
Yeah, hats off to him, but I'm gonna say if I was in his shoes, I don't know if it's morally correct or not, but I would be scalping the hell out of Bitcoin. Because you know he's got some a little bit of extra, not extra data, but more intrinsic data that he can use, especially internally, that he can use to his benefit. He probably knows when people are trading against him too now, so he can take advantage of that too. I would do it probably on Sundays. Like Sunday's my scalp day, my personal wallet day. Nobody bother me on Sunday, please.
I'm trying to imagine what Michael Saylor would say if we were interviewing him and you asked him if he scalps his Bitcoin.
Well, the way I'd approach it, I'd definitely ask him in a way that it's not frowned upon. I think that he should be doing that, and he should be trying to accumulate more Bitcoin.
As you say, Dbloc, I mean, he loves media. Maybe you could ask him and see if he'd come on board.
Michael Saylor will go show up at an elementary school if they want to talk about Bitcoin, bro.
Right.
Michael Saylor is crazy. I've seen him on some podcasts. I'm like, yo, it's like 1,000 subscribers, and this man is sitting here answering on, and the frustration that he like. That's why I was laughing, because I could just imagine the look of frustration on his. I'm sorry, what? Like, he'd be confused with the question. You want me to sell my Bitcoin for fiat?
Honestly.
Sir, I'm just going to tell you, you should sell everything you own and buy Bitcoin right now. There's no better time than right now to buy Bitcoin.
There is no second best.
CZ Binance was basically telling people to sell their houses to buy Bitcoin because he's like, that's how I made it. He's like, if I wouldn't have sold my house, I wouldn't have made it. I sold my house to buy Bitcoin.
Michael Saylor has said some wild shit like that in the past too. Crazy though,
It's like,
because when
yo,
you go back to when he told people to sell their house and you do the math, he's right.
Yeah, right now I would be like a millionaire if I sold my house when he told us to.
Push-ups. That's 10 push-ups, soldier.
Yep. 20.
Yeah, when I was in Romania and my friend just tried to sell me this little mining, it was just software basically. It wasn't even hardware. I had enough hardware to do it. It was like, dude, just give me $350 and this thing spits out coins. I'm like, what are you talking about, coins? I can't touch those coins. Those are fake. Little did I know. That's when Bitcoin was under $2,000, $3,000. Well, after playing with so many meme coins, it doesn't hurt that bad missing a 10x. You know, it's like, all right, I missed a 10x with Bitcoin. Whoop-de-doo. More than 10x. Okay, yeah. Well, like 15x.
Yeah.
But if I would have never played with all these meme coins, I'd be hurting right now. I'd be like, nah, it's impossible. It's never coming back. There's never another opportunity. But I think Bitcoin, man, I think it's just going to keep on sucking a lot of the like spit out from all the meme coin cycles. You know, just like rinse and repeat. Ethereum and Bitcoin have that gravitational pull. Solana as well. And they're just going to keep on getting bigger. And you'll see super crazy pumps with the low caps go up to like, you know, $20 million and then dump right back into Bitcoin and Ethereum and Solana. Probably going to be $220 million plays per week in the next year, like basically on the meme coin cycles, I think. And we're still under 4 trillion, right? We're like 3.3 trillion right now, global market.
No. I can't wait like 2 to 3 cycles from now when Bitcoin's at $1 million and it retraces $100,000 in one candle, and we're just like small retrace. You know what I mean? Like 10% retrace. No big deal, guys. Buy the dip.
Yep. I see a lot of charts when I'm looking at global market cap. They got their last line at 4.2 trillion.
Looking at 6 to 7 trillion if everything stays the way it is right now. If Trump buys even a single Bitcoin and puts into that strategic reserve with U.S. funds, I think we see 10 trillion.
So that's the thing. I'm also thinking they might want and be able to help push lower prices before they make these big purchases.
Yeah, but we've been saying that since 30K, bro.
No, I'm talking about this strategic reserve and Trump's like.
That's what I
$12
mean.
billion.
Like ever since they brought it up, that was the argument that they're not gonna want to buy it high, they're gonna drop it to nothing.
Yeah, but the talk of strategic reserve didn't come till we were at like 90 or 100K, right?
No, it was before that. We were down. They were already talking about the strategic reserve when we got that retrace to 49.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah. Since the Bitcoin conference really is when it started. The old Bitcoin conference. But yeah, I mean at the end of the day, whether it's 6 trillion or 10 trillion, you're only talking another $50,000 out of Bitcoin. If it gets to that 10 trillion, then you're talking another $100,000 out of Bitcoin. So definitely not here to let anybody convince you that Bitcoin has another 5 or 10x in it or something. But what's gonna happen with the other coins when this shit go? Listen, I don't like to get too moon boyish or too hyped, but I haven't slept any, so y'all are gonna have to forgive me. Y'all are about to make a ridiculous amount of money in the next 6 months. Way more than you expect if you play this correctly.
I thought you just woke up, man.
I haven't been asleep, bro. I touched my pillow for like an hour.
Take me back to the old days.
I'm gonna use it to reset my sleep schedule. I'm going to sleep tonight at a civilized hour.
Yeah, right. You're probably gonna knock out at 2 p.m. You'd be snoring.
No bullshit, right? What time is it? It's only 10? Oh my god.
I actually meant to say, that's kind of odd hours for Dbloc to be up.
I'm gonna go to sleep at 2 and wake up at 4 in the morning. I'm like, oh no.
Then you're gonna be in that cycle of, vampire life.
Nah, I'll just push through it, yo. Push through it, go to sleep tonight somewhere around like 8 or 9.
That's New York City, man. I was waking up at 4 p.m., man, after 5 p.m. when the city starts cooling down.
This is working third shift. I've always been a night owl. Always, even from when before I started working. Breaking night was my thing, bro. Go out, break night with your friends till the sun comes up. Show up at school looking like a zombie.
Yeah, show up just for a homeroom in the morning, sign my name, and then dip. Was somebody just trying to say something?
Didn't hear anything.
So Trump's still waiting for the SEC's approval on the way he's going to purchase his share, his 8 billion dollars worth of Bitcoin. So he hasn't bought that yet for his DJT. But I'm still thinking, I don't think he's going to pull Michael Saylor and buy at these prices. I think he's going to try to buy a little bit lower. If I was Trump and I was about to fill up a $12 billion bag, it's a lot of money. It's still chump change for like Elon Musk, I guess. But I try to do some things to maybe get myself a price, just like they did with the oil price when they wanted to fill up the reserves. Stir up some tension somehow. And now looking back at the tweet when Trump was knocking Bitcoin, when he said it's like printed out of thin air and whatever, and he put that tweet, he was filling up his bags. So, his kids were, at least. His
Kids were
game
for
was.
sure.
He wasn't knocking it for no reason. He was fighting it so they can get in lower. They didn't just jump on the bandwagon like, oh, maybe we should get on crypto, while it's above 80, 70, 60K, It's like, nah, man. They were scooping it up when they were fighting it. His sons were never fighting it, though. It's just him that was fighting.
John, no real reliable way. The best way to tell when OTC Bitcoin supply is dried up is when exchange supplies start to dry up. Exchange supplies only really dry up once OTC is dried up and big money's forced onto exchanges. Ethereum, by the way, is at all-time lows on exchange supply. All-time lows. That $1,300 Ethereum's looking real good right about now, huh? That Ethereum is dead price. That, oh my god, you're buying ETH? What an idiot. That price, remember?
Yeah, I made a nice play on that one.
No, it's possible. Remember, I was saying, let's go back to the macro for a second. I was saying that what we've got going in this bull flag here, so we've got our daily downtrend with most touches, and we've got our bull flag. We didn't get the breakout, but I'm thinking if we come down and retest, we could take another sort of shot at it. Right now, what's holding us up is our old SR flip here. V-shaped recoveries are interesting when it comes to patterns, right? V-shaped recoveries rarely ever retrace. They do, they have, but they rarely ever retrace. Typically what they do is you get a V-shaped recovery and then you get a consolidation, right? And that's exactly what we got. We got that V-shaped recovery, and then we got this consolidation, right? And now we're getting a break of that consolidation. So take a level, hold a level, right? If you're going to break out, then you're going to take this level. Then to prove the move, you have to hold it as support. Right? Same thing that we just did here on the weekly. We took this level, right? Put in new highs, closed new weekly highs. But then we had to retest this level, which we did on that last weekly candle. Right? And the gift that you get for retesting it and locking in that breakout is a continuation candle we have here. There's 6 days left on this candle and we're already bullish engulfing.
So with this setup, even if we hit that 106, 106,300 area, that would be a kind of perfect retest of the previous resistance on the smaller time frame.
Yeah, I mean the one thing that has us motivation that we have to the downside obviously is this big green vector that we left behind.
Yeah.
And now we're putting in what could be a topping candle depending on how it closes. And then we've got that vector gap underneath. I mean that CME gap underneath. So this is your bearish motivation, right? This is, if we're going to go down, it's going to be for this. And probably that's it. Probably no more than
Which
that.
would be healthy if we scoop that up, right?
That being said, shit could get real irrational real quick around here because of what I just showed you on the weekly. This candle right here locked in all of the bullishness that we got from 74. This whole move up, that candle right there locked that in. So all these people that didn't get in, or maybe didn't get all the way in, only got in a little bit, whatever, they just got their signal yesterday that this level has been broken. Yeah, I would pay really close attention in the next 2 weeks to Ethereum, Ruben. I have a more than a sneaking suspicion that we're going to get some pretty amazing news from the SEC and these ETH ETFs. But it's still irresponsible at this point to count on it. Right? It's very much in the rumor phase still. That being said, people don't wait for this type of news. Right? If the rumor becomes believable, if there's enough behind it, which for me it seems like there is here, it will start getting priced into ETH. ETH BTC, this is what we're this is our concern with ETH BTC here, like we were saying earlier. This overlay right here is during the last bull market. Why can't I? Excuse me. So this overlay right here comes from our last alt season. Right, this is when Ethereum BTC bottomed out last time. Right, so all I did was take the price overlay, the bar pattern, just to sort of compare it to what we've got going now. Right, we had a high, a higher high, a lower high, followed by a lower high, followed by a retracement. Right, higher high, lower high, followed by a higher high. See how nicely that fits as of now. So obviously I'm not saying that it has to happen like this again, but I am keeping an eye on it. But so far, flipping the majority of my Bitcoin into Ethereum at this accumulation range has paid off very well. I don't know. It looks like it might want to go. What are the alts doing? Let's see, the last 15 minutes. Nothing really moving too crazy right now. If it goes down with BTC, that's fine. What we don't want is for Dom to pump while BTC is dropping. For BTC, for Dom to be going up and the alts pump, BTC has to also be pumping. If BTC is going sideways and Dom goes up, the alts are going to drop. Which is why this is so dangerous for alts.
Some pretty big buys coming in right here.
Michael Saylor's almost back to break even on his recent buys.
Nah, man, you can't have it that easy. Nah.
I mean, so he bought over 1,000 BTC, right? 110 mil. Price immediately dropped. %1. But it's like, you almost know that Michael Saylor just buys Bitcoin and walks away. Like I don't imagine him making his buy and then staring at the chart and getting all stressed out and anxious about what happens next. You know what I mean?
I think he does something like he'll buy and then like he has some goats in his basement. He'll just slice their neck off. Some weird stuff.
Some sort of sacrifice.
Devil's advocate in action.
YouTube has changed their copyright policies, by the way. Anybody out there that has a channel, or even for us in here, there's no more getting away with the 2-second clips. YouTube's given the right for people to copyright even 1 second. Even if a picture of something on your page flashes on somebody else's. Which I guess is good for creators, but I think they're trying to cut down on all these reaction channels.
Yeah, that same wallet now, so it's selling 538.4 over and over and over again, just like sequential. Remember the same one I was talking about in the buys?
Mm-hmm.
Now it's 538,000.4K on the sell tip over and over again. Big buys coming in still, though. Don't
Big
make
buy.
me FOMO this buy. I can't FOMO this buy. I got to walk away. I don't want to buy this right now.
Drew, you still in Doge?
Yeah, but I got some dry powder on deck, and I'm trying to buy at a nice little lower price. I still got a fat bag of Doge. So I'm happy if it goes up, but I'm just like, I wanted this this coin count right now. I'm just, it's something I've set in my mind that I wanted this amount of Doge, and I got to do it.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat now. I accumulated some more. I've been buying this dip, I guess.
Don't trip by the dip. But yeah,
Definitely
some
that
heads are buying
season.
right now. Yeah, it's like OKX right now, $3.2 million buys coming in like it's nothing. Another $3 million buy coming in. They're really going to make it that easy for seller to just be in profit on his last buy like that so quick, huh? Can't be that easy, seller.
Man, it's goated.
I'm thinking we're going to double top at 107,995. I think Sailor's going to be like, you know what? I can't be in profit this quick. Something's wrong. And he's going to sell his own bag right here.
Man, that short I opened earlier is
Matoshi said his average buy was 105.4. So he's up 2% on $110 million. Lunch money. Good lunch.
If we swing down to that 101, 102, 103 area, take someone to lunch money.
I'm gonna come back and show you guys how these two little stopping volume candles on the 15-minute set this whole thing off.
I still smell a setup in China is just being patient, in my opinion. JD Vance saying China's leaning away from Bitcoin. Nah. Just going to let everyone fill up their bags. We're going to pump China's bags a little bit, and then they're going to dump on us.
I don't think you're gonna talk this one down, Drew. Bitcoin's not listening.
Well, I'm speaking future. I'm like looking at 1 year in the future or something anyways. But I'm really thinking China's just being patient, man. And they're just running it up, and they want to have that leverage.
There hasn't been a bull market where they haven't TP'd. China hasn't held through one entire bear market. Just think of every top and every China banning news and shit that we get, and the TPing, bro, they're taking profits.
Yeah, but imagine right now, China's like, all right, well, every country's trying to make a strategic reserve. you know, the playing field changes.
Yeah, it's gonna be irresponsible of your state actor to sell your Bitcoin if your enemies are loading up.
Yeah, totally.
Tactical
100%.
error at that point, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
like all your enemies' nukes are getting significantly cheaper every bull cycle. You might want to keep up.
Yeah, and that's why like Korea's not playing, dude, with their hackers, man. Like they know what they're doing, and they're buying mad weapons, dude. They're just like, no, you guys aren't touching us.
So Korea straight geared up, bro.
Yeah, dude. And that's all they're doing. They're mining and stealing Bitcoin just to buy missiles. It's crazy.
Nah, Korea's inventory is crazy. Their loadout is sick right now, and they didn't pay anything for it.
Yo, is he still cool with what's his name? Dennis Rodman? They still homies?
I don't know, man. That whole thing was weird.
It was
Like Dennis
very
Rodman
strange.
of all people.
Yo, he rode with it. He was like, I'm gonna ride this train. He's like, I'm gonna rock with Kim Jong-un, whatever.
Everything is about cost, though, Mr. Moon.
But if anyone knows what's up with North Korea, yeah, Dennis Rodman might know. Is he even still alive? Didn't he OD or something?
Rodman?
Yeah, he's still
Nah,
alive, right?
Rodman's still alive, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's like
don't
the
put.
horseman.
Yeah, don't do that
He's
to
alive.
Dennis, bro.
My bad, Dennis.
The man sent him to an early grave.
You could be alive until they close off women's locker rooms to men.
Whatever he's been doing, he's been super low key about it.
Yeah, he has been under the radar.
Yeah. I mean, he got his fair share of fame, though. Like, there's fame, and then there's Dennis Rodman fame.
So, you know, there's been a lot of publicity about the Diddy trial and all that stuff, and looking at Dennis Rodman and Tommy Lee, they've been in pictures there, but nobody's ever looked at them and said, "Hey, look at those guys." They call out everybody else. They're like, "Oh yeah, they'd be there."
Yeah, it just makes sense.
Yeah, they're the party guys, you know. They're at every party.
It's exactly who you would expect to be there. Kid Rock. There's a couple of usual suspects. But I'll be real with you. There was a time where everybody was at. If you didn't get invited to the white party, you just didn't have a name in New York.
With the white party in the Hamptons.
Yeah, Diddy's white party. But then everybody says most people, like most of the respectable people that you look, and you can't judge anybody, bro. All these people are dirty. But most of the people that you look at, you're like, okay, I know you probably weren't doing anything crazy. Whenever they talk to them about the Diddy parties, they're like, yeah, it was fun, but you knew that you left at a certain time. Like
yeah,
midnight, 1 o'clock.
Yeah, 1:30, it starts getting a little
Yeah,
weird.
you take wifey and you go home early.
You start hearing noises come from the dungeon. Yeah, you got to take wifey out of there before she comes to snack.
Yo, 50 Cent going through it right now, though.
Man,
You heard what happened in the trial? You know,
No.
50's making the surviving Diddy thing, and he's been going hard on Diddy on social. I mean, relentless pettiness, right?
Yeah.
Star witness on Friday was 50 Cent's baby mother. Came into the courtroom and sat down and said that she's been banging Diddy for the past 3 years, only stopped when he got arrested. And then started talking
to say that.
and then
She
started
got
talking
looped.
about all the shit that happened to her and whatever.
She got paid.
I believe it. These, you know, what's weird about these industry dudes is that they like to share the same chicks. Like that shit never made any sense to me. Like these girls is like not just one or two. Like they've been with like 5, 6 different stars. Like, bro, if I have all the money in the world, all the fame in the world, bro, I'm picking a girl that nobody's ever seen before, much less touched. You know what I mean? Like, especially not one of like, nah.
Sometimes it might be out of spite, you know.
It is. It's about the yeah. It is. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. I'm as lit as him because I got the same chick that he got, and it's like, bro, y'all are nasty.
At first, I was thinking maybe it's just because it's a tight circle. Like there's not too many chicks that run around like that, and there's only a few that actually look good. The rest are all busted up. So that's one of the theories where they're doing it out of spite.
I don't know.
Hey, Dbloc, the craziest thing is if you listen to her testimony, she did it all for $10,000 a month, bro.
Yep. Models going for cheap nowadays.
Crazy. Big L for fifth.
I can't even imagine Fifth going through it, bro. And
He don't care,
Fifth
man.
just
That's
laughs it
bad.
off. He laughs it off.
Yeah,
He's like,
that's just
he tweeted her and
bad.
said something like, "Oh, you little prostitute, you," or something like that. Like, Fifth is gonna play it off, but still, as much shit as he's talked, it couldn't have been a good day.
Right.
Couldn't have been a good day.
Some of the hardest men can be crushed by love. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, it's a weak point. Vulnerability. That was a pretty legit retest of that daily downtrend. Nothing. Yo, I got carried so hard last night on Off the Grid. This dude came in there on my squad, and I don't know how much Adderall he had taken, but dude got like 27 kills. I just followed him around all game, bro. I didn't even do anything. Really followed him around all day and hid behind him as he cleaned up shop. Probably 13 years old.
So as long as you're on the team, you still get your points and stuff.
Yeah. And you get all the NFTs. I was just letting him. He was like collecting all the shit and extracting it, and I was like, bro.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming. All right, we're testing that previous resistance right now. Got a little slight rejection off. We still got some big buys coming in. We did technically break it on Binance, but just by a little bit.
Higher high.
So it did make a little higher high. Hit 108 on the dot on Binance.
Yeah, we got some aggressive buyers coming through the tape here. God, Dominance is doing ugly things. Pay attention to the candles that we're getting on Dominance. Some of the twitchiness we're getting on these candles.
What that mean? What's going on, family? Good morning. Good morning.
Top of the morning.
I might have to just.
You look good today.
You looking good, but I'm thinking of repositioning right here. All right, call me crazy. I'm selling everything right here real quick.
Profits, profits, profits.
Actually, no, I'm not even in profit in this last trade.
Yeah, I took some profits. Just some. Waiting for a close.
I'm just being greedy. I'm trying to get more Doge, so I just sold everything right
Damn,
now.
you guys see that green downside candle on Dominus right there? Holy crap.
I'm telling you, watch that. It is twitching, bro. Just means there's a
What's the
lot of
move for that?
it just means there's a lot of activity going on. A lot of
Gotcha.
altcoins being bought and sold. A lot of stables.
Big sell's coming in. Big sell's coming in. Watch out. China's coming. Dump it. It's like,
All night we've been coming up, building more sell side liquidity, taking it out, coming back down, letting it build back up. They will not stop shorting this thing, bro. They're gonna short this thing all the way to 110K if they don't chill out. It really, the bears are the biggest problem for the bears right now. It's not the bulls here. These guys.
I got my bear costume on right now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but you're not shorting this thing at 100x. 50 cents away from price.
I mean, in my mind, I technically am because of the way I'm seeing my coin count rise right now as it drops. It feels like it.
Right,
Emergency, emergency.
Let's check the count here. So as far as the market maker method goes, we've got our rise level 1, rise level 2, probably comes down to here. Would be our rise level 3.
And then Anna, you're welcome.
So at some point here, we will put in a
Alam mo yan.
topping structure.
De nada.
You got an open mic, Ghost.
Ang walang anuman ba? Walang anuman. De nada.
De nada, nada.
What'd you say about my mama?
He said nada, nada. I just think it would be so dirty and so beautiful at the same time just to sweep everything and retest that little gap that we left that touches 97,500 area. But that's just me being greedy. But that would hurt. Not the bears would love that, of course. I'm all in USDC. Let's go. I had to rip off my Doge t-shirt too while I'm not in position. I'll put it back on right after I make my next buy. Yeah, I would be looking for that scuba gear. Might be going diving, doing some deep diving today.
Wait for momentum to shift, guys. We haven't even lost the 13 on the 1 minute yet. Right, less predicting, more reacting. Yeah, if and when we reverse, it'll be to clear vectors and eat that CME gap. But that does not have to be now. Be aware of that. You see the sell side liquidity above us building up. Right? It's cost benefit analysis. Where's the bigger paycheck? Right? Remember, this is a CME gap. I mean, this is a vector gap above us. So market maker already has longs set in this vector. So moving up through this vector, market maker pays himself. Clearing these liquidations, market maker pays himself. So the question becomes, what's cheaper? Right? Is it cheaper to push price up through this vector, clear these liquidations, and pay yourself? Or is there not enough FOMO left and price can naturally drop through these and then that can be left for later? That's the sort of analysis that we do when we're trying to figure out where market maker is going to take it. Right now, in my opinion, it's cheaper to go up. But momentum will tell us that. Come on, Bitcoin. Just, if you're going to drop, drop. If you're going to go, go. I need you to keep the dopamine pumping today or I'm going to fall asleep.
We got this hourly coming in. It's probably going to do something here on this hourly.
What a crazy last 24 hours, man. From waiting for that weekly candle to close to them starting that retracement with an hour left for that candle to close and taking it down to like the last minute and making it all exciting and shit. So then this bullish engulfing today. Nuts, bro.
It's like the market makers know they're playing with our emotions.
Crazy. Craziness. I love this game, yo.
I like when you're on the sideline and you got USDC on a lot of exchanges. Like if you got enough money, you still feel like you're making money. It's being on the sideline too. You know, it's like waiting for your opportunity. If you're staking liquid, you're good. You know, liquid staking.
You know, this USDC, this Circle IPO, might have unlocked a pretty decent rotational play at the top of the bull market. Something that I've been kind of throwing around. I want to see how it reacts to stablecoin supply to USDC supply going up and down first. But just trying to think of what's going to happen to that stock when everybody turns all of their money, all of their crypto into USDC and USDT at the top. Right? It would seem if it reacts to price the way I would expect, it would seem like you would get a blow off top on USDC that lasted well after the top of the bull market.
As long as there's high volume, right, they're going to do good.
Yeah, I mean, people got to turn their shit into stables. I mean, they're going to have to turn it in their stables anyways at some point, even if it's just temporarily until it goes to the bank. It's going into stables.
But even if it's not, like, even if it's buy volume or sell volume, I think that's still, you know, even this when people are selling USDC.
That's what I'm saying. I want to watch it. I want to watch the stock perform for a while and sort of get the rhythm of it. You know what I mean? This thing's going to have its own rhythm.
How's the S&P performing? Because normally when the market open, BTC follow the S&P, but looks like the BTC has its own volume today.
Oh, this is all Bitcoin.
Yeah. You can see the similarities.
This is all Bitcoin. But to be fair, like when we were taking those dips, when I was saying that things needed to hit their 50s, remember I was saying it was across all assets, S&P, Nvidia, whatever. The V-shaped recoveries that we saw are mostly in
Never
crypto.
came back to recovery.
I mean, there were decent recoveries, but they had their higher lows, which, you know, is still impressive. But,
Yeah.
you know, Bitcoin just V-shaped out of there, back, top, and gone. We look at, let's look at Nvidia, same deal. NASDAQ. You're still dreaming, DJ. This is all a dream.
I used to read Word Up magazine.
Quick question from your boy Hella Puff.
What up, Hella Puff?
Good, bro.
Eddie. So I'm hearing a lot of people talking about the crypto market cap going to 10 trillion, right? Is that hopium and would it be more safe to kind of look at 8 trillion instead of 10 trillion?
6 to 7. 6 to
I mean,
7,
safest-
unless we buy Bitcoin, in my opinion. That's always been my play. Market cap doubles. You know, it was 3 trillion last top, 6 trillion, maybe 7. But to get to 10 trillion, I think we need to see some real official buys into that Bitcoin strategic reserve from Trump. Not just putting away Bitcoin that we have, but actually buying brand new Bitcoin and putting it inside the reserve. That could take us to 10 trillion just because of the effect that it would have, the catalyst.
Right. So if that doesn't basically happen, then we're not going to see the 10 trillion. We're going to see the 6 or the 7 more.
In my opinion, yeah.
Okay.
Which is still impressive.
About that, Drew.
I'm thinking let's shoot for 4 first, right? Step by step.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah, you're definitely right. It was just that a lot of other when I'm doing my research, listening to other people, seeing what their outtake is, everybody's calling for the 10, but I'm like, nah, too many people are calling for that 10. What would be more of the safer bet? Because yeah, you listen to the masses, but you can't really go with the masses, because those are the ones that get caught.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know. With me, it's boring, bro. Like, my outlook hasn't changed for the past 2 years. Like, it really hasn't. I've had the same tops. I've had the same target for dominant. I've had the same target for total market cap.
I mean, what they used to always say, it was either you or Drew that used to say it. I mean, eventually everybody's gonna be right, and eventually everybody's gonna be wrong, right?
Some people are just wrong, bro.
Yeah.
Some people don't. Some people don't have enough money to be wrong long enough to be right without blowing their shit. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, that was deep.
You
That
gotta
was
stick
deep,
around. You
bro.
gotta be here.
And I always like to say a broken clock is wrong once a day. I mean, a broken clock is always right once a day. So even though
Well,
it's broken,
technically
you can get it
twice.
right once a day.
Yeah,
Technically twice
but
a
a
day.
slow clock is never right.
Well, even a slow clock's right once a day.
Mm-mm. It has to be standing still to be right. Right? If it's slow, if it's just 5 minutes behind.
Yeah, but it will catch if it's not exactly synced on a 24-hour shift delay. If the speed of it is not the speed of one day, if it's variant, yeah. But if it's the same exact speed that a day would move, then yeah, it would never be right. You're right.
Yo, I'm always gonna preach this. Yo,
I go
let your
even deeper than that.
make sure your friends know how much you love them, bro.
I'll go even
I'm
deeper
always
than
gonna
that
say it.
because a clock can definitely be wrong all day, and it really comes down to who said it, right, or who taught it. If I grab a clock right now and I set it 5 minutes off, it's never gonna be right, and it's not the clock's
Well, yeah,
fault.
but when you say a broken clock, I mean one that doesn't move.
Yeah,
It's
broken
just
clock is one
broken.
that's just still.
Yeah.
Once again, make sure you guys let your friends know how much you care about them, bro, because they ain't gonna be around forever, man.
That's a fact, man. Sorry if you lost anyone recently, man.
Yeah, that's why I ain't really been on like that. Just my mental is kind of screwy. And it don't matter if they the same age as you. Trust me.
DJ. DJ goes, so that's why you're awake early. Your clock's broken.
Oh shoot.
Nah, man. I laid in.
Got me
I
up early.
spent
I was
like an
getting my
hour and
daughter
a
ready.
half on my pillow, bro, before alarms started going off.
I was getting my daughter ready for school. I heard you on here. I said, "Oh shoot, it's gonna be a good day today."
And I could probably only guarantee sanity till like 4 p.m. After that, I would take everything I say with a grain of salt.
Nah, I can't front. I'll be laying it down at 2 o'clock, man. I'd have to see what's happening in the nighttime. 'Cause, that's I feel like that's when the craziest moves are made. When everybody thinks everybody's asleep, that's when they do it to you.
Yeah, man, I'm starting to think we're robots. Our brain is our battery, and every time we sleep, it's just we're charging the battery. That's all we're doing. And it's wireless charging. Like the aliens that planted us here, they had wireless technology. So they said, let's give these humanoid robots, brains that we could charge from another galaxy or another planet or something. They're just getting charged up every time we sleep. That's how we connect to the wireless charging system.
They also talk to you during the day too, man. If you really pay attention.
All right, whatever y'all are baking, I need some of that.
I thought I was just tired.
Nah, man, it's.
I was like, shit, I'm getting delusional already, bro. It's only 11.
No, but think about it, man. When we sleep, that's what we're doing. We're recharging our battery. That's the only thing that happens when you sleep. Yeah, we go to dream or we dream, but it's just recharging. It's like if we were robots, that's what the robot would do. It'd have to like shut off, plug in, and it's not gonna be plugged in. It's gonna be wireless charging, and that's gonna be its sleep mode when it's charging. So yeah, I think we're robots.
Yeah, I can't even have this conversation with y'all. I'm all about feelings. Y'all gonna think I'm crazy.
No, we've been in longs, bro. We've already taken profits on our target 1. Target 2 is a little bit further.
But go ahead, Hella Puff, spit it.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So I've been doing a lot of research, and I've been doing research like this for a couple of years, and I know a couple of people that's really, really deep into it. So, I guess I'm gonna bring up the most recent thing with my homegirl passing away. Like, people don't really realize how real that spiritual stuff is. It's the realest thing ever, bro.
Yeah, you've got
And
some
I'm a
background noise, hello. Like
nah,
you're
that
in a
can't.
police station.
Somebody got to open mic.
Oh, maybe it's not him. Hold on. Jojo, you got an open mic, bro.
To the gulag.
Somebody else has an open mic now.
I got him. We're about to
So,
break these highs right here.
all right, so I gotta wait real quick. Unless Dbloc's telling me to go.
Nah, go ahead, bro.
So, when my homegirl passed away, she was an artist and she was mad. Like me, like, you know how you met your soulmate? You know what I'm saying? Like, eh, people don't realize the good people that are in your life, bro. Like, they're really your angels, and how you treat them people is gonna be based off how you're basically judged. Like, people think that they're gonna be judged by God. I feel like, yo, you're gonna go up, you're gonna look in the mirror, bro, and you're gonna judge yourself because now you know all. You can't hide from nothing now. You're like everything is enhanced. Your love is enhanced. Your hate for things are super wild enhanced to the point that that's gonna be your torture. Like like you enjoy doing something so much, so much, so much, so much. Up there, that might be your torture because that's what took you away from other certain important things in life that you never got to accomplish. And when somebody good passed away, and I'm not even just talking about her because I've known a couple of other people, like, couldn't nobody on earth say nothing bad about them. It's really kind of true when they say the good die young to an extent. That's because they learned everything that they already needed to learn. There was nothing else here for them to learn, for them to evolve, for the most part, spiritually wise. You know, could you come back reincarnated? possibly, maybe if you didn't do the right things, and those are the lessons that you got to really learn. So really look at the things that you're doing during the day and like, yo, did I learn these lessons already? What other lessons can I go and learn? And stop doing everything for the physical. Like, what about your spiritual? Like, if you ask anybody what would they do with $1 million, I guarantee nobody would say, well, I'm putting this money away to go on a spiritual retreat to go do something for my soul. Nobody's gonna say that.
I mean, they might say it in a different way. Like someone's spiritual retreat might be like, I'm gonna go buy a motorcycle and ride it every day. That's my spiritual retreat, right?
You're not thinking deep enough into it. Like you know what I'm saying? That's on the surface. Like that's surface. That's surface spiritual. Like you gotta
But what if I feel like I reached that nirvana? That's the nirvana I'm looking for. When I'm on the road and I'm just, on the open road by myself, I feel like that's that nirvana I've been searching for. What if that's that spiritual enlightenment, when you feel it, like no matter what it is, even if you're not in the woods doing some peyote or something, you could be, as long as you reach that moment, I think, of happiness
To your
and bliss.
point, Elapuff, a true spiritual retreat or a inward journey shouldn't cost you $1 million. Shouldn't cost you anything unless you're paying some guru somewhere to lie to you, and you know what I mean.
Yeah, but it kind of does because if you don't have a lot of money and you still got bills you gotta pay, I don't hear nobody saying, "Yo, I'm gonna put $10,000 up for my bills, and then I'm just gonna go off for a few months and
Well,
go
that's what
clear my head."
getting out of this system means, though.
Right.
Getting out of this system and doing what we're doing to try to make sure that you're not living, hand to mouth, paycheck to paycheck, so that you can actually sit down and think about these. Because the reason that people don't think about this type of shit is because it's just not enough time, bro. Wake up, go to work, come home, feed the kids, go to sleep, do it again. You know what I mean? You need a certain amount, you need a certain bubble to have the luxury to even sit there and think about your spirituality.
No, you're definitely true. Definitely true, and you're definitely right. But now, I guess I'm gonna go into a little deeper image of the last person that passed away that was close to me. Right, this girl never had a job. You know what I'm saying? And she's not out there just throwing her shit. You know what I mean? That's not really her thing. You feel me? But the connections that she made in life, like spiritually with people, bro. This girl never had to pay for nothing, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I know certain celebrities, like different top-notch type of celebrities. I'm not saying the person's name, but just the type of energy that the type of celebrities give off. Like, she'll be out with the Andre 3000 type of energy. You know what I'm saying? Like where that energy is so organic to the point, bro. She's never paying for anything. She's always in Bali, always in Jamaica, always on somebody's island by somebody's beach. You know what I'm saying? And this girl ain't work. She go chill, like I can't say. I'm not gonna say certain things, but
I'm not gonna say
just
what I'm
based off.
thinking.
Nah. Like, trust me. Like when I tell you, it's not like that. It's not like that. You know what I'm saying? Like she was just really just out here on this spiritual journey. If the person's energy was right, like she the type of person. She come into the room, bro. She's changing the whole energy. Just like when somebody glows, bro. Like when they step into the room, like you could just tell, like, nah, that's a different type of person. Like that's like you can, if your spirituality is up, you can see it. Like nah, like their energy is super wild up. You could tell like their energy is cool. Like for instance, like I met Styles P a couple of years back, right? And his energy is mad organic. You know what I'm saying? But through the music,
All you're
you
talking about is just someone that's genuine, bro. Everybody's so fake nowadays that when somebody's genuine, it stands out as some sort of crazy, like out of this world thing, when it's really like just a genuine person.
That's deep. That's deep. Yeah.
And the whole thing about being taken care of, I mean, it's not even, I mean, I guess for girls it's a little bit different. But I treat people in a way where I feel like if I ever needed it, I wouldn't have to ask. You know what I mean? That's just karma,
Nah,
bro.
that
What you're talking about is like karmic debt. There's some people make it through life with very low karmic debt, right? Where they have like a karmic surplus, you know, and life is good. I'm still working on my karmic debt. I really believe in that shit.
yo,
There's shit that you have to pay for.
karma's super real. I'm gonna tell you a quick story on karma. Boom. Walking to the house one day, my auntie asked me for something. She either asked me for some money or she asked me for some smoke. I don't really remember what it was. But while I'm doing it for her, she says, "Yo, don't worry, God's gonna bless you." That day I was having a horrible day. I ain't make nothing that day. Boom. Within 5 minutes, 5 phone calls for her band. Bang. Just like that. And as she's saying it to me, I'm accepting, like, I'm not accepting her words, I'm accepting it from her spirit. You know what I'm saying? Because I really could have been like, nah, I can't really do that right now because of such the horrible day that I had. You know what I'm saying? And I wouldn't be able to fault me for that. But I was like, yeah, I'm having a bad day, but you know what? If you're asking me for it, you must be having a bad day too. At least let me brighten your day. Give her whatever she asked me for. Walked out 5 minutes later, up a band again. You know what I'm saying? So like, karma is really real, and you could tell who's real and you could tell who's not. Like, you know, we've been outside, we've been around the way for the longest. You know what I'm saying? So we already know what's up.
Vibes, bro. It's
Yeah,
all
man,
vibes.
karma's real, bro.
It's all
Karma's
vibes.
real, bro.
Diddy's not giving up here, guys.
You said Diddy?
Diddy. Nah,
Diddy?
Diddy gave up a long time ago. Diddy gave up as soon as he heard Prince's voice in the courtroom.
We gonna see, man. Cause I ain't hear nothing about no trafficking yet. I just heard about a whole bunch of girls enjoying themselves.
Nah, it's a wrap, bro.
I know.
It's a wrap.
You know, I want to hold on to hope, but you know, people been saying it for a long time. What you did to Big and Pac, man, and it's like, nah, bro, it's your turn now, bro.
50 Cent's still on the chart, John. We just haven't got to him yet. But he's up there. He's waiting for us.
She used to sit down, listen to you guys with me for hours, bro. Like it'd be crazy. She come in here, do her little painting. I'll be in here on my little charts and like, nah, I gotta listen to my guys. Put her little phone on, her little music, start her painting. We just smoking, chilling, bro. Oh man, son, this shit is crazy.
CZ, it's gonna be a motivation, yeah. We've had CME gaps not get filled in the past, but we haven't moved far enough away from it for me to say it's not gonna get filled. The real question is how high do we go before it gets filled?
You don't think that's gonna be like more of a weekend thing for us to chase that vector
This
gap?
could be sometime in the next week. Yeah, it doesn't have to be now. But
Alright,
by
that's
the
what I
way
was
it's looking, we'll probably go target 2 and then fold out.
Yeah, I was like, I think we're gonna come back for that CME gap, but I was like, if we do come back for it, the way shit is going, it really looks like that might be a weekend thing. Or a part of the 3-day reversal.
Nah, we have no false move. We have no 3-day. Our weekend trap was busted. And we can't complain about it because that weekend trap being busted is what gave us that high weekly close. So I'll be right back.
Somebody touch it, see if the paint's dry yet.
Hold on, let me just hit it with a stick real quick. I think it's about to drop.
Well, we got the crypto roundtable starting here in a sec. The DeFi American Spirit is the roundtable crypto task force.
Who's going to be involved in the roundtable?
It's the crypto task force.
Oh, you mean like the U.S. Crypto Task Force?
Yes, sir. Yeah, they're streaming it on sec.gov/newsroom/meeting events DeFi American Spirit.
Thank you for that information.
Yes, sir.
What up?
So quiet in here.
Yeah, because I think most people are in shorts. So that's why it's quiet.
$115 before lower. Just saying.
I'm not sure that will happen today, but who knows?
No, not today. Not today. But if up before we take the dip.
That wouldn't be quite healthy. I would expect it to go down from here, on our upward trend, then basically start to move up and go to 120, 125. 115 seems quite low of a target for me, and that's my opinion. Although we could go to 115 or 120 if maybe, I don't know, China and US stocks are quite good and they come out with something like, yeah, we reached an agreement, blah, 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 blah. That would basically push the markets further.
Or the BlackRock ETF gets approved.
Yeah, but that's in about 14 days. I'm still looking to load up on some longs on ETH for that one, so.
I agree. Things feel quite bubbly all around.
Yep.
Profit.
Mic check.
Yo, yo. Still going up, damn.
Oof. Okay. Deep breaking out here. Hold on, things are.
You know, you have an open mic, Hannah.
Yeah, because I'm opening it.
Oh, I wasn't sure. You're doing some weird sneezy things. Maybe that wasn't you.
Oh, I mean, I was talking. Maybe they didn't sound like words. My bird was talking, though. My bird was talking.
That's what it was. That makes sense.
How are you?
I'm fantastic. Just getting stuff done. How are you?
Heck yeah. I'm good. I'm trying not to spend all my crypto on stuff because that would suck to spend it now and not have it at the end of the thing.
It's tricky because is it going to keep going up? Like, I don't know. There's that CME gap, but we've seen them leave CME gaps behind because, you know, you don't want to get in because there's that CME gap below, but that's the perfect environment. So, but I took profits this morning because I didn't want to take any chances. And then it's still going up. I was kind of, it's not going up fast.
That's cool.
But,
I have a very small margin. It's like 80 cents or something on a SUI long that I got around $2.99. And I was like, okay, I don't really need to take. So it's up 2,000% right now. So that's about $20. And I was like, man, that'd be fun to just like keep that open the rest of the bull market because I don't really care about. I don't know. Right. Be kind of a fun experiment.
Done? Yeah, do it. I'm curious.
But why AI on? Did I not put $1 million? I'm just kidding.
Because then it would have gone down.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't have any trades open right now. I don't like it.
Oh,
but I'm
I'm
just hoping nothing happens and it just kind of chills here until I have time to actually look at things. It's more responsible than sometimes. I'm like, oh, I don't care. I'll just get in. And if I get stopped out, I'm still ahead what I was. And then it goes down and I'm like, oh no, I need to get back in because it's gone down this much and it looks like it's going to start going up. And it's like, oh no, now I put this much in, I can't miss the bottom. And then pretty soon I'm like broke.
Yeah, I feel that. I think leverage trading is a lot more micro sometimes, you know, or I got accustomed or used to just doing leverage trading on micro time frames. But if you sometimes I'll go into it going, let's just leverage trade based off the macro. Okay, well, I think that we'll go much higher than where we're at, you know, months from now. But then what happens is like a couple days into the trade, I'm underwater on it and I go, ugh, well, I guess I could just close it and re-enter it. And then sure enough, like it eventually plays out, you know, your trade plays out because you're playing the macro and you forget that you're playing the macro, not the micro.
I hate when I'm on a more macro chart and for some reason I've been busy or something and I think I'm on the 1 minute. I'm like, this looks great. I'm getting in right now. And then and I realize I'm like on the 2 hour or something. And then I go to the 1 minute, it looks absolutely horrible for the 5 minute. Does that ever happen to you or is that just a me thing?
Oh yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah. Okay, I better get back to work because it's my busy time. But it's always a pleasure talking to you.
Same.
Awesome. Well, hopefully you're on later or eventually when I'm not busy.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you have a good day at work.
Thanks. You have a good day too. Bye.
Yeah, deep is ripping here. It's like 1 hour vector though. It's got, let me look at the heat map. Oh yeah, we just ate through a bunch of heat up to 16. So I don't know. I think it's about to run on, so the 800, yeah. The 1 hour 800 is at 16.1. So that's my last target there. So I don't see any more liquidations. Let me zoom out. And you know, it's also at a spider line, so it's running under resistance right here. Hopefully it doesn't retrace too much after wherever it bumps its head on. But anyway, I'm in it for the long haul anyway. I'm not taking any profits off of that. Well, I mean, I have been taking micro profits off of it, but the large scale I'm holding out. $1. I'll take profits here and there though. The fib levels. Where's the all-time high? 34 cents. Yeah, 34 cents. This thing can move such high percentages. Let me check if any new quantities have been divested. I'll check City Vision. Yeah, no. So the circulating supply is 2.5 billion, and the total supply is 9.98 billion. So that's why. Let's see if they have a divesting schedule. Divesting. Their Dbloc website says the vesting is 25% of the supply is unlocked at Genesis. So that's what they already did. 25% was unlocked. The tokens will be released over 7 years. Deep tokens are split into 3 buckets. Ecosystem growth, core contributions and early backers, initial community airdrop. Initial airdrop. Oh, okay. I was like, what's this graph? So if you go to deepbook.tech/deep-token, they have a chart there that shows their divesting schedule over a course of 84 months, which is 7 years. And so where are we? I guess we're still, it's older than 3 months. Oh. Oh. Okay, it's 36 months old. So we should be right. Oh yeah, we're right on schedule. Okay, so we are this blue line. Okay. It's looking good. Been consolidating for 2 months. Well, 48 days. Well, I should say accumulating. Consolidation. I got a first target of 18 cents, or a second target of 18 cents. We already had my first target, 16. Then 18, and then 21.8. I mean, 21.8. And we spent 10 days under the 50 daily EMA. So I had 10 days to buy that dip. I did try to buy the Cetus dip, but I gave up on it once their news popped out that they tried to make people whole. The community just, the way that they reacted, they sold out their positions and like switched to other SUI coins. A lot of them hopping back into deep or more, adding more of their position. But yeah, I lost on that trade. So I cut that loss once I came there deep. I'm not saying that Cetus can't recover. They can, but I think that the community will want to see something other than them being able to secure a loan from SUI and making people whole. They'll want to get their trust back in other ways, I think. I think Dbloc had measured out a move up to $1.08 on the weekly? No, daily. Basically a 10 times. I'll take it. I'll take that. I'll take it. It's like 900% now. Oh yeah, the 4236 fib is at $1.28. For SUI, I have a target of $6.41. I think it could easily hit that one. And then $8. So $6.50 to $8. What's the percentage on that? Oh. Yeah. So the percentage isn't as high, so that's why I'm in deep. This is riskier. The 4-hour stochastic on deep is at 78. So it's not quite, it still has more momentum it could, but the 200 EMA is at 16.1. So it's got to eat through that. So maybe the 1 hour So that would be the 1 hour 800 30 minute. So 1 hour 30 minute are all pretty hot. 15 minute though looks good. It bounced off the mid range, so it's really bullish. Yeah, 18.6. You can see 18.6 if it doesn't lose momentum. I'll put this Dbloc information in Discord on the TA. Where is it? TA. Boop. And then I'll put it in the voice bubble chat. Oh, sorry, I wasn't looking at YouTube chat. I think I eventually got you there, Hoover. But yeah, of course, there's levels. Speaking at the bull, the end of the bull. That's my get out. It has a huge. It's always had a kind of a problem with 22 cents, like in 21 to 22. There's a lot of supply resistance there, so I'm eager to see how it behaves with Bitcoin hitting the all-time highs. If we could just finally break out. I mean, you're in this nice macro bull flag with a measure move of 38 cents. So but for me, I don't know if you guys are new, but I've been a Sui and Deep fan since day one. So I've been buying Deep since 3 cents. And every time it loaded up, anytime below 8 cents, I just kept buying it. Actually, I bought it at a, I took profits at like 28 cents the first time, and then it went to 34, and I had missed that last part. And so yeah, I didn't get full profits, but that's okay. Then the problem about it is because I'm so bullish on it, I just kept buying on the way down. And then it went back all the way down to 4 cents. So kind of flubbed that one up. So I learned some lessons there. That when you're bullish on a project, I guess that's the emotion. Huh? It's like you just no, this thing though, it's so great, it's gonna work. And yeah, so well, the chart clearly told me to get out. It's not too many. And then, yeah, you have a SUI monthly unlock. I think it's on the second. Every second, there's about 60 million. Is it 60 million? 69 million? Let me double check that. SUI divesting. Yeah, this one. So the next SUI unlock will be $58 million worth, which is a little over 0.5% of the total supply. So that'll be July 1st, actually. But that won't really affect the chart at all. It'll get absorbed real quick.
Good evening, everyone. What's up, people? How are you? It's been pretty calm here.
What's going on, Susie? How are you doing today?
Thank you, sir. All good, and you? I heard you have like protests going on in California. Welcome to the French way, I guess. But I hope it's peaceful protests, of course.
They're calling it the first world spring. So you had the Arab Spring a decade ago, and now you're having the first world spring. Paris, LA, next is gonna be London.
Yeah, it's gonna be peaceful though. No guards, no, no crazy stuff. But yeah, I wonder if that's gonna have
Hey,
a
how are
negative or
you? How is
positive
everything there? Your
impact.
stuff okay? Like,
Yeah. Watching Bitcoin not respect golden pocket. So, well, okay. If we've seen a bit of a rejection initially, but it's just like one red hourly candle, and yeah, if golden doesn't stop it, it doesn't stop it. There's like no short to take really.
yeah, there's not much to do. Like every short that's being put in is just driving the price higher. There's no one selling.
Didn't look at order flow in all honesty these last days, so I have no clue what we're up to, but I do see these negative funding rates. Yeah. However, sometimes bears win. People on Bybit futures are pretty good. We had like negative fundings at 112 last time, and in the end, they were right. So majority can be right sometimes. So yeah, right now the majority is in shorts. At least on this exchange, it's probably not the case across every exchange.
No, I'm looking at it right now. I mean,
but it's sad, right? Because
all
price.
in all, it's 63%. Wait, it just changed right now from 63 to 53. 53% are in shorts right now. Kind of changed again from 63. I think something's about to happen.
I mean, on inverse perpetual Bitcoin, it's negative right now. I think it was negative the previous payout. Didn't check. But yeah, it's Monday evening. There's a bit of decisions to take, and well, it kind of made sense to get rejected around here in a bit of an SFP or I don't know something. But like on the hourly here, we're still climbing.
Yeah, ETH looks like it wants to like 2,600 right now.
Yeah. Let's go, ETH. Let's go.
How are things there now? Is it a little more quiet than last week?
I don't know. Yeah, probably. Well, it's just people having fiesta for PSG and
Oh yeah,
like
man.
to
I
burn
watched the
cars.
match. Oh man. Me and a couple buddies were just like we were screaming. Like it was oof. I felt bad for Inter. They had to go home to Milan knowing they get walloped 5-0.
This 109 is the bearish setup. So if price can't stay below 109, well, oh boy, there's no reason to be bearish at all. So Bitcoin should get rejected somewhere around here. I mean, could get rejected somewhere here. It could have been more beautiful if it was around 10, well, golden pocket and all. But hey, if we break through, we break through. Then that means clear skies ahead. I mean, there's really not much left. You have 110, 112, but these are like small deviations above the double top of last year, December 2024.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we built resistance by putting a double top, came back down, then managed a tiny new all-time high of 2% and came back below resistance, and now we're back at resistance. So in theory, well, you sell resistance, you don't buy it, right? So I wouldn't take any longs here. The only question is whether to take a short or not, and I think I'm just gonna pass again. And for and the other question is to TP or not. And well, if you bought the dip, you can TP. If you didn't buy, there's nothing to TP. So
I'll wait for a break of trend before I take some profit in my spots. But for now, I'm just gonna ride whatever this chart's gonna give.
break of trend. Oh, you mean like if we drop below
Below the 13 at least.
below 106 maybe?
Wait, let me check. Probably at least at this horizontal zone, like 108.
Oh,
Breaks
that's
this,
very close.
yeah, this 108, 200, yeah. Seems like it had good accumulation in this area. If it breaks that, then we go for the 50. Because right now,
Because even if you do get rejected, which it doesn't, well, it's probably a small